everybody. It's been a while. It's been a long while. Also, hello, Vovandre. Welcome to my stream for the first time, and 1918 comes up. You guys are early. Hello, Sneaky. Also, Dirt Ooh. Dirt Ooh. What is your name? That is amusing. Dirt Ooh. Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. How are you, this Slurple? Slurple Nurple. You guys, your usernames take me out. Also, hello, Adorn, and it's Wago. Hello. Also, hello, Samuel. Hold on, guys. I need to get some water, okay? I was testing my mic and I was like talking like, hey guys, I need to get some water. And then my mic didn't work and I forgot that I turned off the thing. I turned off my interface, my audio interface. I'm like, okay, shit, man. It's been a while since I streamed, so, you know. The last time I streamed was like when I was playing a game with my friends, so. I'll be back. Hello. Hello, everybody. What happened? What the fuck happened to my shit? What happened to my chat, bro? Damn. My chat is gone. What happened to my chat? Oh, it's starting to appear. Okay, cool. Hey, I heard a certain Larry. What? Maybe convince you do a full cover of a certain song. Which song is it, Creamy? Yeah, Larry did say on Twitter that he was he wanted me to do a full cover of an Evanescence song, but also there's also another song that I want to do a metal version of, which is the Gucci Gang. So I don't know which one are you referring to, but there are 2 songs that so far I know he wants a full cover of. I don't know which one you're talking about. Also, welcome, Euros. It's a collab quest if you get 3 Fender guitar emotes once you finish. What? How you been? I've been good. I've been getting on my fitness, okay, and I'm also learning how to tune my own vocals. So Chris has been teaching me how to do that. And also with practical application, I'm doing it through the short covers that I've been doing. As you can see, I've been doing a lot of like short covers because that's how you learn. You apply what you learn. You do it and then apply it, you know. You learn it and then you do it yourself. That's how we learn. Good evening, Tovarishi. Hello, Arian Curvillian. Hello, Neo. Speaking about covers, how about Mama from Mama from Kinzaza. I know, I forgot about that. Holy shit, I need an audio, a clear audio and lyrics for that though. Was talking about Evanescence. Okay. Yeah, the short covers have been a treat. Thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to like do a lot of short covers. I have like some on stock, so you will see it like every Saturday morning or something. Saturday 12 basically it's like 12 a.m. in Japan, but like I guess majority of my audience are in the United States, so like my analytics would say like, oh, release this at 12 a.m. JST on Saturday, and I'm like, okay, which is I guess a Saturday, no, Friday for some of you guys in the West. And also lately, I've been okay. So in September every year, I do like a marathon. Like a I watch a lot. Basically, I watch a lot of Lord of the Rings. Okay, so I watch like this week I watched the Fellowship of the Ring, and then I watch a lot of like video essays and like behind the scenes and interviews about it, and then I look up a lot of shit that I forgot because I read it and then I forgot a lot of details about it. I'm like, wait, did this thing happen, or like what was the name of this person that was eliminated from the movie and blah 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 blah. Like a lot of stuff that I forgot, you know. Like I'm just reminiscing, you know. I like doing that. I actually did like a watch along long ago for like the Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, and Return of the King all at once on YouTube. Like, damn, I did that. I did a watch along. Maybe like that was like 3 years ago or something. But I kind of want to do it again. I kind of want to watch Lord of the Rings again with everyone, you know, with the imps. Do you want me to look it up and say, yeah, please, yeah, if possible, yeah, that would be great. Wait, Mana, did you forget about the quest? You said you wanted the guitar in game. Oh yeah, the Fender. Oh, Monster Hunter. Yeah. I forgot about that. I did forget about that because it's been a while. But today, you know how late I am because I just today I played Monhun like an hour before the stream, and I finished the I just finished the Akuma quest. That's how late I am. I just finished that one. And it's been like what? How many updates do we have already? The real Mana stream. Hello, Timoshka Kartoshka. Speaking about covers, how about that? Yeah, okay. Mana, can you do static cover? What is static cover? I can do that. That's a static cover. Did you like my cover? Oh shit, Thank you, Platinum, for subscribing for 8 months. LOTR, famously a book with a very small amount of details and lore. Yeah, very small. Like literally, there's not much to it. Like I went into a rabbit hole today, Imps, about the Rohirrim. Okay, from the days of the House of Eorl the Young, to like the lines of Brago, to like up to like up to like Theoden. Like I traced their family line. I'm like, wait, who are the ancestors of the Rohirrim? You know, who was the first king of the Rohirrim? What do you mean? There's a book. Hey, let's go, Juicy. Juicy, thank you so much for the cheer bits. Man, I haven't seen Elotier in so long. I have had a hankering for a while. Yeah, I know, right? Like, damn. I literally just bought like um I actually have. I didn't realize that I have it on my YouTube. Like I bought it from YouTube, but only the Fellowship of the Ring, the extended edition, right? But I was looking for the freaking the rest, like the Two Towers and the extended version of the Two Towers and Return of the, I couldn't find it. And I'm like, what the fuck? I want all of my stuff like in one place. So I got mad and I resorted to doing it on Amazon of all places. Damn, I can't escape it. Mana, can you do short, heavy screaming covers? Do you still need a laptop to use at the karaoke place? I do still need it though. But yeah, I can record it, but I cannot like stream like with my laptop. But I use my stuff. But I do have a screaming cover, a screaming short cover soon. So I do have that too. Eh, I'm just gonna give a hint. It is of the metal of the baby kind. You know. Tibudesh Kushat Kashush Shobi. Are you speaking the black speech of Mordor? I'm kidding. I don't know what that is. What's that again? Hold on. I want to look it up. Ajnaj. Okay. Ajnash Durbatuluk. Ajnash Gimbatul. Ajnash Thrakatuluk. Agborzum Ishi Grimpatul. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to say the encryption of the One Ring. Yeah. I just wanted to say that. Hi, man. I have been curious if you're going to make a static mic. I don't know what that is. What is that? Who is Flavor Folly? I have no idea. I just did a static cover. If you could like watch the VOD, I did. That's my static cover. Mana streaming this late. It's not late yet. It's 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. from where I am in Japan. Not the baby of the metal kind. Yeah. Metal the baby. Hanging out in the VC with my lib friends IRL. The mental strength to not shout death to the okay. Hey, wait, do you have friends who are um What kind of liberal friends do you have, Lacry? And by beautiful, I mean heinous, for it is the black speech of Mordor. Yeah. Hello, Tovarish. Long time no see. So what are we are discussing about CEOs that have recently been turned into fertilizers. Yeah, they have returned to the place where they belong. To a place where they belong. Yeah. See, even Marx is so excited to see it. Is he so excited about the idea of fertilizer CEOs? Look at him. Started listening to Fellowship recently. Oh, let's go. You have audiobook. Okay. Den Dutta, first time catching up to your stream. Hello, hello. Are you aware that I talk about politics in my streams? If you're looking forward to music stuff, well, I do that too, but sometimes. But mainly on Twitch, I just do politics mostly. Or play games with my friends. Also, Crimson, thank you so much for resubscribing. My juicy, my what do you call this? My time zone is JST, so it's like 8:22 p.m. here. Low politicking, yeah. We are. No politic here. Gay space bombionism, yes. I'm not talking about politics from a socialist and communist perspective. How could I not have known? If you've only listened to my music, then yeah. What is there about to discuss? Everyone know what kind of people they are. No, we just want to like talk about like the kinds of atrocious heinous shit that they did, you know. And why they deserve to die. I'm kidding. I don't mean any threat. We're just talking about the dead ones, okay? We are this is not a threat to living CEOs, quote unquote. Wink wink, nudge nudge, okay? We don't want to get TOS on Twitch. So yeah, like I mean I get like we want to talk about the their actions and how it affected a lot of people. So we need to talk about the victims, you know. I swear, Mana can start like a Marxist media analysis channel, and people gonna come on in going, "Oh my God, Paul." Yeah, it's so weird, man. Like they always a lot of people will always come in and be like, "Oh no, she's talking about politics." Like, wait, yeah, were you born yesterday, bro? Like, are you new here? The fuck? Like, do you see my kafia? Like, what the hell? You know. I've been wearing my model has literally been wearing a kafia for like a year now, and people are still not catching on. Like what? I just wish they live in fear. That is all. Yeah. Which CEO ate it this time? What about the Indonesian protest? I don't really know much about it though, so I can't talk about things that I don't know much about. You know. Because a lot of the things are just in Indonesian. It's so hard to find information. And who is this German Mario on her pillow? Yeah, well, how do you know he was German? Sad thing is that all the oligarchs that robbed Russia is still like, yeah, I mean, you know, now is your chance to do the right thing then, Mark. if if you think like we should just not talk about it, then yeah, why don't you act on it then? Mana talks about politics and who are you? Yeah, what the fuck, man? Santa Claus, obviously. See his beard, yeah. He is of Germanic descent. Das Capital Book Club when, man. I already have a Marxist Communist Bible study group. You can go there. I know I know you're talking about politics on Twitch because in your YouTube bio it's clearly written exactly, right? That's good. So, if you're here, you need to you need not question why I am talking about politics. Some Canadian Chinese creator posted the good nutshell about Indonesian protests. Where should I post it? You could go to the Immortal Science. Since you're in that since you're in the server, you know. Never mind, you had a hammer and sickle in your art for not photogenic like 3 years ago. Exactly, and also I have a demon wielding a hammer and sickle in my Tot music video. You know, like I was literally on top of a demon who was holding hammer and sickle, like a fucking massive demon. I was like on its shoulder. I'm standing on the shoulder of giant of a literal communist demon giant. And people are still like, "Oh no, politics." Like shut the fuck up, you know? Like I'm just tired of all of this shit. Like I don't want to like if you don't like it, then don't like it. Like why the fuck why are you so obsessed with me, you know? Like shut the fuck up. Go away, you know? I enjoyed your music before ever watching your streams. You being based was just a happy bonus. Thank you, Dirt. That's something I would actually eagerly discuss, but unfortunately, it's impossible to do on platforms like Twitch. And yet, the question lingers: how to at least find? Yeah, well, yeah, you need to do that. You need to do some soul searching with your fellow Russians. You know, that's how your ancestors. That's how your Bolsheviks. That's how your Bolshevik forefathers did that in the first place. Go out and meet people. This creator was a guest on the D program too. They're a comrade. That's good. Surprise Pikachu face. Left movement inside Russia is mostly non-existent or supports the regime. Then the ones outside Russia mostly fight each other and or join the. Yeah, that's pretty tiring. There's just a lot of like fracturing and atomization of a lot of like progressive or leftist groups lately. Like we're literally living in a fascist shithole. Like I don't know. Maybe at this point we need a reset button, you know? If we could, I would, yeah, but like, you know, we gotta not lose hope and give in to nihilism. So that's also a thing that we need to be careful about. We need to reassess, you know, how we think and how we speak, because it will also affect other comrades, you know. So we must not give in to nihilism, okay? Revolutionary optimism all the time, okay? So let's stop that shit. Let's stop discussing about all that and like just do what you can for the people around you and your community. I'm pretty sure that through your, you know, through direct action you will find like-minded people, and you know, it will just snowball from that. At the very least, you know, like put an effort. Like I know that the world is already pretty shitty, you know, and also like individuals can only do so much. That's why we need to organize, you know. You need to find like-minded people to like make a difference within your community. Like whatever would that look for your context, you know. See a lot of rise of anti-immigration and the right-wing movement in Japan. Is it true? I mean, it's always been like that though. Like, were you born yesterday? Like, Japan has always been right-wing. Like, literally, Japan has been ruled by Jiminto for like what, half a century now? Well, no, more than a century now. Japan has always been right-wing. Actual left movements within Russia are very marginalized and doesn't help that most KPRF peeps that are just given up on the party. Yeah, for real though. Let's not fail. Yeah, it's not like let's not default into nihilism. It's just, it's just not productive and it's just depressing. Let's not talk about that. And also like if you just make the world like you just need to make sure that your presence would make the world, like a less miserable place for everyone. And that's already a win, like you're not burdening anyone, you're not like being shitty to other people apart from, like the actual enemy, like racists or, right wingers that are very harmful, as long as you're making sure that your actions and decisions in life, and your presence overall would make the world a better place, then when you came in, then that's already a win. But so it's not like you're gonna meet with me IRL. Yeah. Oh, yo, let's go. Thank you, Adorn, for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go, let's go. Japan just seems left of the US. I don't know. I don't think so. Japan doesn't even recognize like same-sex marriage. Japan just has like, we just have like a better, I guess we have a better comparatively it's uh compared with the United States, we have a better like social safety net, I guess. We have national like our insurance, our health insurance are far better. Like you would not go into medical debt for like a simple like trip to the ER or something. Unlike most Americans, like what the fuck? Why would you have to pay like $5,000 for like an ambulance ride? That is insane. I literally never heard of anything like that in my life, apart from like stories from the U.S. It's so crazy to me that you have to pay $5,000 for like a fucking. I don't get what the fuck. What? Like when I was dehydrated, like that was like in 2015. I had to call like the ambulance because I was dehydrated and I couldn't like reach my family. And then all I paid for was like $10, because I had to like get like IV. But I literally never heard of like an ambulance fee. That is fucking insane. Let's be real though, the US probably isn't gonna recognize same-sex marriage for long with the way things are going. Yeah. Y'all's are gonna lose that too because they already overturned Roe v. Wade. And it's so ironic that a lot of like there were some gays for Trump. Like, yeah, he's coming for your rights now too. Like, what do you mean? You think you're gonna get you're gonna get exempted from that? Delusional, literally delusional. Some genius ultra liberals decided that human health should be a merchandise, and therefore only the bourgeoisie get to have genuine access to healthcare. On a good note, a lot of Latin American countries are gaining stronger left movements, and even if some of the social, yeah, that's true, because like the influence of the United States is dwindling, So they don't have as much hold on, their propaganda, like their red scare, especially in Latin America, like they used to do. They literally started, like, they literally jump started Operation Condor for that. Emergency services in Russia just work just fine as planned. Operations and some specialists take some queuing. Leopards eating faces. Yeah, exactly. It's just so tiring, isn't it? So tiring. Aren't you guys tired? It's just like, damn, it's so exhausting. Holy fuck. I'm exhausted. Like, I literally do not want to be on the internet. If my job was not tied on the internet, I do not want to be on. If being online was not tied to, like, my, like, source of income, nah, I would not be online, bro. Holy fuck. To not survive that long is highly exaggerated. This is the static I was talking about. What is this? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, okay. I might. It depends. I would need to listen to it, like, in fully though. Like, in full rather. But yeah, thanks for sending the link. I will check it out fully later. Unless you're dying immediately, call a friend or an Uber. Nah, in Japan you can just, like, call the ambulance though. Also the Draviarch. Hello, hello. I'm back streaming again and talking about politics. In Russia, you would pay nothing, but there is a high possibility you would not survive that long to get help from them. What the hell? Hey, man. Hello, Dare Ager. Also, Malakni, thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months. And my branch turning. Bye, Juicy. Good night. The stonks are stonking. Yeah. Well, because obviously the stonks are the only things that matter, not people, right? Stonks more important. People are just cannon fodder to fatten up the wallets of fucking ghouls. Seems cartel members are our version of what? For real though? I don't know. I don't think you should compare, like, cartel members with freedom fighters. It's bad enough that they get like labeled as terrorists. Let's not compare. They don't have the same, like, it's really not that the same. American politics is draining. That's why so many are apathetic about it. But yeah, but that's the thing too. You should not go into an extreme either. Like, just because it's exhausting doesn't mean that you should stop caring about it. You need to, like, just focus on, like, your where your energy is needed to like help the people around you. Apathy is never the solution. American politics is also just BS. So many Americans would sacrifice the planet for a 5 cent minimum wage increase. Yeah. Yeah. Like living in imperial core has it's so cursed. And I feel like I feel like the curse is also well deserved. I'm kidding. I don't know, man. I'm just like sometimes I'm like, this country was built not only from the complete ethnic cleansing of the native population, but also from the backs of slaves. So, like, what kind of nobody will be happy on this land because the foundations itself, the foundation of the country itself was already doomed to begin with. And that is the fate of Israel, It's the same. I'm manifesting it. I'm learning witchcraft to curse that lamb. Kidding. Because might as well. Like, why aren't these manifestation bitches like manifesting the downfall of that country? Like, use your manifestation powers to like bring these motherfuckers down so that we don't have to like your taxes won't have to go to that state. Like, what the fuck? Literally, your taxes are paying for that shit. So, all you manifestation bitches, like, use all your crystal powers or whatever the fuck, your witchy powers to manifest that shit. Manifest the downfall of Jizzy. I'm kidding. I am just, on Minecraft, of course. It's nothing serious. Anyway, yeah, that's why like I'm not opposed to like people having spiritual practices because like you know what? If you could curse politicians, if you could use your witchy powers to like voodoo the living shit out of these motherfuckers or whatever the fuck like, um curses that you can, like whatever like spiritual practices that you have that can actually curse these motherfuckers. Use everything in your arsenal, I say. Fucking use it. Damn, Mark's dance. Yes, he's so happy about he's excited about the whenever I talk about the downfall of imperialism. He does a happy dance. I have guilty pleasure of worshiping Japanese automotive scenes and train networks. Those are a good like human innovations, okay? Like they're not like confined to capitalism. What do you mean? Like, oh my god, yeah, like communism and is when there is no iPhone. Like what the fuck? Literally that's just what it boils down to. Communism because no iPhone. Communism is when no iPhone. Izzy should not exist in Minecraft. I agree. Oh wait, guys, have you heard? I've seen that the tweet where it says that Trump was apparently hired by was it the CIA or FBI to stop Epstein? Like as oh whoa wait was he a CIA informant to like prevent Epstein from like doing the pedo shit. Do you think Marx approves of himself commodified into a body pillow? He is not for sale. This is not for sale, so it's not a commodity. I made it myself. I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. So this is not a commodity because I'm not selling this shit, you know? And also if it's gonna fund like if this is going to fund communists, I don't think he would oppose to it. He literally was asking Engels lots of money, and Engels own a factory. Okay, like anyway, he would rant like pages of like in his letter he would rant about random shit, and then he would be like, oh yeah, so yeah, anyway, like send money please. It will. Ah! I just love Marx's sugar baby energy. I love that for him. You know, he would just be like talking about all all kinds of shit, and just end with like, anyway, like I ran out of funds, so maybe I would really appreciate it if you would send me some. Ah, Mark is such a hoe, and I love it. Yes. And I love that Engels is just a twink about it. He was just like so like permissive towards Marx. If Fourth Wall let me design body pillows, I would 100% make a Karl Marx body pillow. But I'd also have to have my own Mama Marx body pillow for myself too. actually, I could ask my merch master, Mochi. Mochi is my friend. So we have merch for my stuff, and it's independently like produced. Like we're not tied to like corporations and stuff. So maybe we could do a body pillow, a Mark's body pillow, and then like 100% of that, the proceeds for that would go to like Gaza. What do you guys think? We would do a Mark's body pillow, like body pillow case, and then all of the proceeds that would go like that would uh come from that would go to like my friend in Gaza. Cuz oh yeah, guys, did I tell you about like, cuz I haven't been posting a lot about it, but recently my friend and like last year we started a water purification project, right? Like my friend Simo in Gaza, in the northern part of Gaza, he proposed to me that we are gonna have like, we should like do a fundraising for water purification system, so that it would give water to safe drinking water to 60 families in his neighborhood. So we did it, and then we started it last year, and finally last was it August or July, around that time we were able to like fund that, and then we got the device. Yay! We got the water. We got water. We were able to provide water for the families in his neighborhood, and that's all thanks to the imps, like, and also of course like the other people online, but like mostly like there were lots of imps that donated for that, and also like not only that, but we also did like a food aid drive. Like I actually, okay, so I don't know if I already told you guys about this like on stream, but I did say, I made a post that I spent all of my earnings from remember my subathon, that was supposed to like the money from that was supposed to go to like the new laptop, but I did not use it for that one, because I just used all of the earnings that I had on Twitch from the subathon to like donate to my friend, to like distribute flour 25 kilograms of flour, from 25 kilograms of to buy 25 kilograms of flour, so that we could give 1 kilogram of flour to like 25 families. So we did that. Yay. Okay, yeah, by the way, imps, you have like a clapping um emojis now. We got them clapping. See? And also I have a freaky ass yokai. See that? Freaky ass. It's just the back of my head, the my second mouth. Yeah. All thanks to Banana Based. He really likes animating the Frutaco cheese. the the collective name of the imp fruits are Frutaco cheese. We have the imp melon, we have the imple, the imp apple, and the banana imp. Yeah, Simo is really like he is doing his best, like, and it's so jarring also, like, to see him being so gaunt now. Like, I've for 2 years now, I've seen him progressively getting thinner and thinner and thinner. It rips my heart into. I cannot handle it, imps. Like, there is not a day where I do not think about it. That's why I need to be not on the internet for the most part all the time, because I will it will drive me insane. Okay. Also, I haven't seen Zetter's message, and Samuel already timed him out. But hello, Zetter. The fuck? What did he say? I'm just working on my merch store right now. I haven't gone live with it yet. That's good though, Mama. I hope that you can get your merch out. And you should definitely do a Mark's body pillow. Let's go in reference to a tandem timeout. Okay. All right. Also, Per. Thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. Let's go. Thank you guys for like always supporting me, even though I was not really streaming as much, because I was trying to lock in to like fix my own mental issues as well. Like, not like I don't have like a diagnosed anything, but I have a lot of mental clutter. And if I have a lot of mental clutter, I cannot like it affects my executive function. So I need to like get out get I think it's common among content creators as well. So for me, like, purging like from that, like, I having, not being online so much all the time helped me balance myself out into like having a good routine. And I worked out a lot, and I've been losing a lot of weight, and also like recumbing into like a more muscular like figure. But not yet anywhere near my pre VTubing days, but I'm getting there. I can literally wear my skirt from like 5 years ago. So I can wear it again, and I'm so happy because I can wear my cute skirts again. So, yeah. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys. Cuz I think I posted it in the server anyway. Might as well show everyone here. That was in the positivity. Where's that? Where the fuck did I put it? Was it in Get Serious? I think it was in Get Serious. Even I forgot where everything is. The fuck was that? Oh yeah, here. Skirt. Hold on, let me show you. I have I'm literally proud of myself because I can wear my skirt again. Look at that. I can wear it again. It is nice. Don't you think it's nice, imps? Well, I know it's wrinkled because it's been like in the fucking box for a long time. But I need to iron it out. But hey, I've been working out, And look at my is that hold on. Where's my fucking pointer? May I point out that where the fuck is everything? Hold on. May I point out that my I have never been skipping leg day. So as you can see, I am developing my quads now. I'm so proud of myself. I've been like lifting a lot of weights. Like I've been lifting 6 days a week. And then I'm getting like 10 to 11k steps a day. It's very slow. The progress is so fucking slow, imps, because I have a lot of like water retention because I need to lose a lot of fat. I needed to lose a lot of fat, and then finally, like about like I don't know, like after like when was that? May, June, July, August. After 4 months of like consistency, like everything just dropped, right? So now I can start seeing like, oh yeah, hell yeah. I am seeing my muscles peeking out, like my freaking quads are starting to show even more. And like my of course my waistline is starting to like go back to like how it was before I was like a fucking anime girl on the internet. So that is all. I just wanted to share that I have been absent because I wanted to get ripped again. uh I wanted to be a swolitarian, imps. I want to be, I want to be not the very best, but I just want to get jacked. I just want to look strong. Firemen carry the bourgeoisie to hell. Yeah, I have quads. I have pretty good quads. Not gonna lie, imps. I'm pretty proud of this because I never skip leg day. What's the color scheme? It looks black and white to me. Yeah, it's a black and white photo. But the skirt is like black. Yeah, that's why it's 6 days a week. That's why I don't have time to stream. Cause I work 4 days a week, and then even on my rest days, I have to I lift and I walk, and I just don't. I just have to do a lot of mental cleansing. you know I'm working out, but I gain more weight instead. Don't look at your weight per se. Look at your body composition. Like I did not lose a lot of weight. I probably just lost like in 4 months. I've only lost like 3 kilograms. But my body composition is massively different. My waist is smaller, and I have quads now. I have like my deltoids are coming out already. So I'm like, yo, I'm fucking happy with that, and my fucking traps are starting to like, peek out a little bit, the little tiny cobra thing. So don't look at the weight, look at your overall progress through body composition, because that's the most important thing. You don't want to lose too much weight either, because it means you're losing muscles, the most precious. Like you do not that's the most important thing that you need to retain. That's why my sports dietitian, my coach, is not I haven't changed my macros in like 4 months, cuz I kept on changing. Like my body composition keeps on changing. Although the weight loss is not super like drastic, but the body composition is insane. Exercising is getting addictive. It is like it is good. Working 4 days a week. Sorry, caps, but that sounds like something I want to. Yeah, I work 4 days a week because I don't need to work 5 days. Because I earn enough from content creation that I don't need like a full day, like a full week, a full 40 hours a week work week from like my IRL job. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Weight is not always the deciding factor. You might have been gaining muscle. Like that, the most important meter for like the metric is your muscle mass and your like your body fat percentage. That's literally the only thing like you need to monitor. And also progress photos. You can see it. Like is your waist getting smaller, you know? Like how many like have you lost like in terms of like, your waist like inches on from your waist. Here's a pro tip for weight loss: being a film producer without a PA. I lost more than 10 kg since I started. Yeah, that sounds kind of rough. It's Wago. I miss my definition. I'm making progress in the opposite direction. You can get it back. Like, if you started lifting weights and you have like, you still you developed muscle and you stop working out for a while, but when you get back to it, you will get your muscle mass back again. I think about 2/3 of the time that you actually got there. Are you a power lifter? I'm not using any powerlifting routine at the moment. I'm just using like just general not it's not even a bodybuilder either. It's more of like a general weightlifting program just for like because I stopped with lifting weights for a long time, like consistently. So I didn't want to like do like bodybuilding stuff because it takes me a while to like recover from high like high volume workouts. But also I didn't want to do like powerlifting because like it would be too taxing for my nervous system. So it was like a happy medium between powerlifting and bodybuilding protocol. Like there are like 8 to 12 rep ranges, and like I don't know, like 4 to 5 workouts per week, 3 times a week for each body part, like upper. I have a upper body lower body split. Also adorned. Glad to hear you're doing better on them workout gains, man. I too am still working on my muscles during and outside of works. Yeah, such a motivation too. That's true. That's true. I agree. Oh wow, wait. Justin Butter is subscribed for 13 months. Hello, let's go. And platinum as well. Knackered Ocelot, thank you for resubscribing. And Paladin Eugene for resubscribing as well. Sorry guys, I didn't see the notifications. Holy shit. But yeah, I am proud of myself. Are you proud of me, imps? I'm trying to make changes for myself. There's really literally nobody else can save me but myself. Okay, so I took myself out from a depressive spiral, from like being too like emotionally invested in politics. Like I need to get a balance. Of course, I'm still involved, but I'm not like I'm not losing my mind over it anymore. I need to recenter myself, that because life should also be lived too. I need to also enjoy my own life. I can't be like, just because you're a communist, it doesn't mean that you need to martyr yourself, for no good reason, right? I'm looking less like Soviet propaganda poster and more like Marx these days. Okay. It's all right. You can get back to it. I promise you. If you're just consistent, give it 6 months, you will get back to it, you know? It's very slow, but don't expect like, oh, after 3 months. No, no, no. It takes a while, but just be consistent about it and you'll get back to it, you know? I don't have access to weights, not an excuse, because when I was consistent, I was weightless training in my but that's just it. Yeah. Once you get once you get the once you get your why and really stick to your why do you want to get back to it, then, nobody's going to stop you anymore, You're the only one holding yourself back. Just a reminder, imps, if you want to do something and you have a hard time getting started, literally you're the only one that's holding back yourself, So, just give it a go. Even if it's not perfect, don't wait for the right time. There is no right time, okay? Just do it. Just do it. And with that, let's move on to our actual topic for the day after an hour of yapping about literally unrelated shit. Let's go to the CEOs that died recently. Let's get back to the dumpster we call ideology. All right, let's watch this one first. Why is my mouse being such a dick right now? Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Okay, there we go.
Blackstone CEO was unalived and CEOs are disappearing in America.
What happened?
A Blackstone CEO was unalived in Manhattan. And while it was originally reported by law enforcement that the shooter was targeting NFL CEOs, reports say he specifically went to floor 33 knowing there was the Blackstone office. But the news hasn't covered it.
Why would he target a Blackstone CEO?
Because Blackstone is known for buying massive amounts of properties all over the U.S. and increasing the rent by 38%, which is almost double the 28% average rent increase for all apartments. And in some units, they raised rent as high as 79% in certain areas.
79.
Blackstone also lobbied against rent increase regulation in California.
Did he leave any evidence showing the Blackstone CEO is his goal?
Law enforcement said he left a goodbye note that said, CTE, study my brain please, and I'm sorry, and determined he was targeting the NFL because he used to play football in high school. But no one believes that story. However, when law enforcement searched his house, they determined he had 2 mental health conditions. And CTE is known to be a degenerative brain disease that progressively damages the brain over time.
So then why would the Blackstone CEO be his target?
His parents had an eviction notice for their house, and people find it odd he went directly to floor 33. But police believe this was random because he also shot 3 other people, one being a police officer and 2 random civilians. But on the way up the elevator, he did let someone escape, and he didn't shoot her. She was the building cleaner. The news also referred to the Blackstone CEO as an executive, so people think they're trying to cover it up to stop a Luigi chain reaction because he was a CEO. It's also important to note a Republican lawmaker was set on fire recently. And last month, another CEO was found unalive in a hotel. Why is this happening, and how do we stop
Many
it?
Americans have vocalized they're at their breaking point. So I think the solution is to stop ignoring them and lying to them and address their cries for help.
Yeah, but it's too late. You gotta say them all like
Okay.
Willow.
The Gollum voice. Okay. All right. Let's do this one. CEOs keep dying and mainstream media won't talk about it. Yeah, they don't want another Luigi Mangione, And this is by Happy Pancake. Thank you so much for this video. Let's check out like what the CEOs have been doing these days. And why they died. Or were they killed? Who knows?
Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. My name is Scully, and today we're talking about the greatest scourge on our society yet. The vile creatures that dare to roam the earth in their horrendously bland outfits as they try to masquerade like the common man, when they probably haven't touched a sponge in decades.
Me when class society does violence in my head. Yeah. For real. Don't we all? How do you do, fellow peasants? Exactly. Same.
Oh, and they're also making our worlds completely unlivable. They keep dying, and mainstream media outlets on both sides are barely talking about it because of how excited we got last time.
He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?
It's refreshing
What
seeing the apathy
murder?
the billionaires have directed towards the general population finally directed back at them. Because when have they ever cared about
Stochastic incidents are on the rise. Incidents?
any of
Yeah,
us,
sure.
at least in my lifetime? The millionaires and billionaires of old at least had the common decency to
Address proletarians as humans. Impossible for the poor keys. Exactly. Talking about fund companies. BlackRock, a different funding company, is interested in investing in Indonesian fund. Yeah, fuck that. What the hell? Let's go big L's to CEOs. Yeah. Very complex. All these people stand alone. Yeah, I like that. I like her hat, actually. It's not
contribute
murder,
to
though.
society. They sponsored theaters. They
That's their contribution to society becoming fertilizer. If they're not going to fund public, public and third places, then they should just also serve humanity by becoming fertilizers,
built parks, they funded museums, they paid taxes. So when mainstream media outlets tried to shame the public for daring to be a little happy at the death of a man who has condemned hundreds of thousands to death over the past few years alone,
Exactly.
we weren't having it.
I solved your labyrinth, puzzle master. The Minotaurs escaped, and you're gonna get the horns, buddy.
And this entire ordeal was a rally cry to the working class and a message to CEOs everywhere saying, if you spend your career building policies that are more concerned with making money than they are with actually helping people, this is the natural result. What did they expect? According to a 2021 census, it is estimated that Americans owe at least $220 billion in medical debt, despite over 90% of Americans having some form of insurance. We're the richest country in the world, and most of us can't afford to pay more than rent and food.
That is true. It is self-defense. When CEOs condemn people to death by denying their claims over and over again, they do their denied post, whatever the fuck that they were doing. Yeah, that was literally in self-defense. These motherfuckers need to be put down. You know what I mean? On Minecraft, right? I don't want using billionaires for fertilizer. They have lots of undiagnosed conditions. Yeah, like cannibalism.
So instead of the media chastising us and facing the rightful backlash from its viewers, they've just decided to sweep any CEO casualties under the rug and hope that we don't notice.
When
But I
CEOs
did.
deny you, just get a new
I
CEO.
noticed,
Easy.
bitch. And today we're going to talk about the most recent victims. But first, I'd like to
All
thank Rocket Money for sponsoring
I'm
this
sorry,
video.
I'm skipping
now,
this
none of
out.
us here are probably going to become billionaires, but financial literacy is to do it. Thank you so much, Rocket Money. Now, back to the video.
Okay.
Mainstream media has learned their lesson. CEOs are dying and there's barely any coverage on it. I didn't even know about any of these stories until I heard about them on TikTok and cross-referenced them with a few local news stations that were covering it. I checked to verify, and there are people covering it, but it is very few outlets that
Yeah.
are spending very little time on these stories.
They
Let's
don't
look into
want
some of these
another
cases of
Luigi,
CEOs,
you know?
executives, and billionaires who have ate it, and the
Post Luigi, UHC increased their approval rate for a short time. Luigi actually saved lives, right? Damn.
organizations that they have associated themselves with. The first is CEO Nicholas Manning, who was the CEO of an Idaho medical center.
Oh, okay. CEO of Idaho Medical Center found dead in Baltimore hotel. Okay. Hello, Jet Black. We are talking about CEOs who have recently turned into fertilizers. If you care to join us.
Who was found dead in a Baltimore hotel on June 9th, according to police. Baltimore police responded to the 700 block of Alisana Street around 2:04
Baltimore,
p.m.
yeah.
for a reported overdose. Once on the scene,
okay.
officers found a 46-year-old Nicholas Manning dead. His body was taken to the medical examiner's office to determine the cause of death. On Saturday, the family of the deceased CEO released a statement claiming, quote, "We possess direct and credible evidence that confirms Nicholas N. Manning was the victim of fraud and homicide."
Oh, shit. Okay. No, you guys don't see the big picture. We need to do biodigest. We need to biodigest the rich so they produce natural gas until they're safe to be fertile. The Red Army faction was right all this time. Yeah.
In the same statement, the family says they, quote, object the previous release from the Baltimore Police Department that
Didn't some get fired for that? For real? They got fired because they approved claims? Shove it up your big ugly posterior if anyone gets the big Bill hell reference.
states Manning's death earlier this month was related to a, quote, possible overdose. Now, to be clear, Nicholas Manning was the
He looks like Jeff Bezos too. Like the fucking soulless eyes.
CEO of the HCA.
And also, like, he has no wrinkles because he got photoshopped to death. Like, do you really believe with the, like, his facial structure falling down like that, and he has a smooth face? Like, how come?
West Valley Medical Center. Now,
Jesus
HCA
Christ.
is a healthcare company that has, and you cannot make this shit up, committed the biggest ever healthcare fraud case.
Oh shit, the healthcare company HCA has agreed to plead guilty to criminal conduct and pay more than $840 million in criminal fines, civil penalties, and damages for alleged unlawful billing practices. What the fuck? U.S. Attorney General Janet Reno announced the settlement was with the firm formerly known as Columbia HCA and the Justice Department last month after a 7-year federal investigation triggered by private whistleblowers. What the fuck? $840 million, bro? Jesus
in
Christ.
U.S. history. They are also known.
Even Dr. Eggman has more humanity than exactly. Like, at least Eggman has an iconic mustache. Gotta get my fit back in case I go off the deep end. Found my thinspo. Nah. What, are you calling me a thinspo? No. A fitspo, bro. Not thinspo. We gotta be fit. Like Broly, like swolitarians, bro. It's a fitspo, okay? We found your fitspo. Let's go. Not thinspo. We don't want to be thin. You don't want to be thin. You want to be fit, okay? My head canon at this point is there's a proly witch just building CEO voodoo dolls and sticking pins into them when she gets bored. I am that bitch. I'm learning witchcraft so I can just curse everyone. You know, I'm trying to like transmute all that negative energy that I'm feeling into something very much productive, like cursing CEOs to their bitter ends. I'm kidding. In Minecraft. Hello, comrade. What's up? Some local U.S. legal stuff. Yeah, we are talking about, like, you know, CEOs found dead in their hotel rooms. Yeah. Mana gonna imbue us with the brolic mindset and physique. Yes, I implore you. I implore the swolitarian spirit and energy to everyone in the chat right now. Like, if you are wanting to give up that last rep, imagine a body pillow angel marks loses its wings. So remember that. Do not disappoint the body pillow angel marks, okay? So Angry Shark, thank you for the cheered bits. Nobody beat Peter Thiel though. That guy, yeah, that guy was insane. Is he already dead or he's still alive? And yes, we are the Swolitariat. Like, for real, guys. Like, you know that the world is gonna end soon, and you need, like, if you have to fight, you gotta fight with, you know, to the death. And in order for you to do that, you need to have a body that you can fight to the death with. Okay, just imagine that it is battle royale, and this is your last chance. Just imagine that. Fight for your life. This is why I have the East German pride flag, and soon a gay USA flag. These dumb CEOs are probably homophobic too. Oh, for real, yeah. Despite looking like a corpse possessed by a ghoul, Peter Thiel lives. Okay. He's very much alive. Okay. Again, well, why did you say was? I was excited for a bit, you know? That last rep is the last security officer between you and Thiel. Knock it out. Exactly, the slurple nurple. Exactly. You find it surprising here in Russia? Here is Russia is just normal part of a CEO's life cycle. What do you mean it's normal? It's their normal life cycle. What is the normal life cycle of a Russian CEO? I can't be a twink and a swalotariat. Well, you gotta choose. You gotta choose. Maybe this is your sign that you need to be a bear. You can become a twink again after the revolution. We need all the bears right now to fight. We need all the bears to bear arms. We need all the bears to bear arms. You can think about becoming a twink later, okay? Fit and swole as Marx, not thin as a stick bug. Exactly. Lenin was a gym bro, calisthenics, yeah? Strap me on a trebuchet and launch me as a living round. Yeah. Same. Me too. I want to be strapped into a missile and fire me to, you know where. I am ready. You know, the other LGBT. Let's go bomb. Let's go bomb. Let's go bomb. Okay, anyway. Communists must be strong both mentally and physically to fight for the bright future and to build a better world. Exactly. This is why, you know, later in the after the revolution, you can go back to being a twink. You know? Or you could be like a ninja twink, you know? Like you could do spy work. You could do stealth work. If you don't want to really put on some muscle, you can use that mobility and agility to do spy work for the proletariat, you know? The people's twink, okay? Okay. We're getting so far off. We're only 5 minutes in. We're already talking about twinks. Okay, let's just hold back for a little bit. Comrades, learn how to pilot drones and start to walk with 10 to 30 kilograms on your back would prepare body for wearing helm, gun vest. Yeah, exactly. I'm going back to like squatting like 50, 60 kilograms these days. So I'm definitely, my back is ready. My back is ready for like running around with like a 20 kilogram vest. Most soldiers and cops I know have lean bodies instead of WWE macho. Yeah. Mostly for like combat, you don't like you just need to look at the MMA fighters. That's like how you actually should be. Like with enough muscle to like give you the strength to like punch and kick, you know? And to hold your defense. Well, you get rich, get corrupt, the order is unimportant, become too full of yourself, cross the guy, die in your apartment. Pretty normal. Is that like the normal life cycle of a CEO in Russia? Cross the guy. Are you talking about Putin? Yeah, just learn basics, low voltage control electronics. It literally opens doors. Rucking is great for building endurance. What? You have it different somehow. But is your back ready to carry the burden of being right all the time? That is us. Yeah, this is why you need to train too. So your back does not get burdened of being right all the time. That is a Marxist curse, okay? Being right all the time. We're literally Atlas, okay? Carrying the world. In our backs because we're always right. Rucking is walking slash jogging with a loaded rucksack. Oh, it's amazing cardio. I should do that when I walk. But I already do that. Like I don't know for imps. For some reason, the bag that I carry, because I have my lunch in it, like my emergency stuff that I carry to work. And I don't know, some other extra shit. It literally weighs 10 kilograms. I don't know why. But my backpack that I carry to work every day is 10 kilos. And I walk around with it every day. I walk to the station and then go back. Like literally when I go home, like my back is super sore. And then I work out. So like I have a lot of like physical like activities. Literally. There's two things I can do well. It's draw anime girls and carry heavy loads over long distance. That's a good thing, Con. 13 months. Life has been kind of hard recently, but I'm glad I can catch your stream again. Thank you, Sar. I hope that you've been doing well, though, despite everything. By the way, I like the swole communism vibe you have going here. Feel right at home. Let's go, Magna. Do you lift weights, bro? How much you bench, bro? I'm kidding. But yeah, I work out 6 days a week now. So it's kind of hard. That's why I'm not streaming as much. But I need to get fit, because I need to get back to wearing my pretty dresses again. I'm literally lifting like a dude so that I can wear my dresses again. That's the only way. I don't want to be on Ozempic, okay? That's the only way that I can lean out. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me just. I was my artist just literally dropped an update for like the commission that I'm asking her for like one of my covers. So sorry about that. I've been kind of struggling mentally, but I'm making some small improvements in my life that are sort of helping. That is good. That is good. Like just always do incremental steps rather than like large ones that you would feel super overwhelmed and it would put you back right into square one, the most important thing is like you're moving forward, even if it's like a little bit like really like super slow, because that's exactly what I've done. Like since May, I started lifting weights again. Like I started like, like going on a diet and like really like locking in. But it takes such a long time to build up the strength that I lost, the muscle mass that I lost, the fat that I need to lose to like get my muscles out again, So I'm not even halfway through my goal. I'm only just starting to see my progress. Like it's already been 4 months, but I'm just starting to see the progress. So it's taking so long. But this is my sign that I need to be more consistent. So, like after a year after now, I would thank myself for like sticking to it, I wish I could have strong back that could carry physical weight. Somehow my back can carry gazillion tons of being right burden. That's good. That's also just if you don't have the physical one, you can have the other back, Learn to make overnight oats, which is very important. Yeah, you learn to and also just a tip to make you satiated for a long time. Do the overnight like 30 grams or 30 to 40 grams of oats plus a serving of protein, like at least 20 grams of protein, like protein powder, like chocolate flavored or vanilla flavor, whatever the fuck flavor you want in your oatmeal. And then put some like at least 10 grams of chia seeds in there. and then like almond milk, like 50 grams almond milk, and then more water. That is a fire overnight oats. Like, you will thank me because you will not get hungry for at least like another, I don't know, 4 to 5 hours, you know? Comrade, remember we love you and need you. Exactly. Thank you for saying that, Mimaldo, because that is true. Mana silent treatment. Sorry about that. What was that again? I can understand that. I'm hoping to start lifting once again in the next month or so. Yeah? Do it. Just do it. Literally, there is no perfect time. So the only time that if you think that you shouldn't start now because it's not the right moment, there is no right moment. You gotta start. You gotta start now. This is your sign. If you're looking for a sign to like get back into lifting weights or get back to like whatever fitness stuff that you like, if you like yoga, if you like just walking every day, that's fine too, but just do it. Just get it started, okay? Just do it, imps. Do it, okay? Don't disappoint me. How long can overnight oats last before it went bad? You don't really want to like maybe two days max. But I would just do it the night before, you know? It's really not that complicated. Just like put some oats in there, put protein, put the liquid, and freeze it. Like not freeze it, like put it in the fridge. Protein powder, I need to try, but I gotta make sure my protein powder isn't expired. Almond milk is evil, but I did put chia seeds in my last batch. Well, any milk that you like is fine too. Or just water is fine, you know? Because the oats would just like have like a creamy liquid in it anyway. If you mix it with water, you know? I used to blend oatmeal, soy milk, protein powder, and peanut. That's also good if you like milkshake consistency, but I just like something to chew on. So I also put walnuts in it. So like my daily, like my morning, my pre-workout like meal is literally oats, chia seeds, walnuts, protein powder, and a little bit of almond milk, and then mostly water, and then I would chop some apples to mix together with my oatmeal. And it's pretty fire, bro. I love it so much. I don't get tired of it. If you get tired of apples, you can just throw in different fruits. You can throw in strawberries, you can throw in blueberries, whatever the fuck you fancy, you know? Just put a fucking fruit in there and you'll be good. If you like bananas, put that too, but don't add too much because it's a lot of carbs. If your carb allowance, you know, allows for it. I mean, I would rather you eat that. I would rather you eat bananas than like, you know, dunking on like eating a bag of chips, you know? So that's a better choice than eating a bag of chips. Almond milk tastes strange to me. I don't know. I find it so good. I don't know. I'm just probably used to it. I had unsweetened cocoa powder and mini chocolate chips in mine. Oh yeah, that's good too. Yes. I got mini chocolate chips too this morning for my oatmeal. Ew, fruits. Bro, you don't eat fruits? Fruits and vegetables are nasty. Are you a carnivore? What the fuck? How do you not have colon cancer, bro? Like, where do you even get fiber from? Like, how often do you poop, bro? Like, you sound like you're always banged up. Like, You sound like you're always constipated, my bro. I used to make a fire oatmeal using oatmeal, honey, peanut butter, and pea protein milk. Yeah. But the point is there needs to be like a balance, you know, like you don't eat carbs by itself if you want to like not get hungry like after 30 minutes, okay? Cuz that would spike up your insulin levels like insane. And you would get hungrier faster. It will not satiate you. So, if you must snack smartly in terms of like if it has a carb, it needs to also have protein or a fat, okay? Also, thank you so much for gifting. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Zetter. Meat has fiber despite just like, yeah, but humans need at least 25 grams of fiber a day for you to be like considered healthy, you know? Do you even poop, bro? I just don't eat fruits and veggies. They make me gag and throw up. Who raised you? Holy shit. Do you live in like the burger land? Like, wait, who the fuck, like, where the fuck did you grow up? To like not be like to not like the taste of fresh produce. Do you belong to a culture that only eats meat, or is just that how you were raised? Fresh cement is very yummy. Thank you, Sugar Daddy Tenebris. Damn, okay. I got this red bean ice flavored protein powder not too long ago. It's so damn good, but I haven't tried mixing it with the other stuff. You should try it then. Mjölk is just milk in Swedish. Okay. Mjölk. Mjolnir. Okay. Let's go back to the thing. Holy shit, we've strayed too much.
For a class action lawsuit that was filed against them following a data breach in July of 2023 that compromised patient information. In 2025, they settled with the Attorney General of California for $1.53 million over the STARN program, which was basically this program that they had where they required entry-level nurses to repay the cost of their mandatory training program if they did not remain employed with the company for 2 years, which is fucking crazy. HCA is also notorious for understaffing its hospitals, which is just worst, most disgusting thing. Like, you're gonna understaff your hospitals. That can lead to like actually dangerous situations with patients and nurses. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It does get worse. HCA is also being sued for allegedly violating terms of its 2019 acquisition of Mission Health by failing to maintain emergency and cancer care services. That's right. They cut emergency and cancer care services. That was where the trimming in the budget needed to happen. These are fucking snakes. Like, this is evil villain shit. Next up is the Blackstone executive, which I'm sure many of you have already heard about. This is the executive who was killed by the shooter who was just walking in downtown New York. What is Blackstone? Blackstone is the largest commercial landlord in history. Over the past 2 decades, it has quietly taken control of apartment blocks, care homes, student housing, railway arches, film studios, offices, hotels, logistics warehouses, and data centers. Blackstone doesn't just own real estate, it owns everything. Or that's how it can feel when you start to examine its bewildering array of assets. If you wear Spanx, have ever matched with someone on Bumble, stayed in a Hilton hotel or a Center Parcs resort, visited Legoland, Madame Tussauds, the London Dungeon, or an elderly relative at a Southern Cross care home, you have encountered a company that forms or has recently formed part of the Blackstone empire. And of course, like any company, this comically villainous of a scale, they have their own controversies. In separate cases in 2018 and 2019, the hotel chain Motel 6, owned owned by Blackstone, agreed to settle for $19.6 million for giving guests
Motel 6 pay. Oh, wait. What the fuck? 6 pays $12 million for sharing guest lists with U.S. immigration. What?
lists to ICE without a warrant. An investigation by the U.S. Department of Labor showed that more than 100 American children have been working illegally for
child labor.
Packers Sanitation Services, a slaughterhouse cleaning firm owned by Blackstone. The investigation began after a Walnut middle school teacher in Grand Island, Nebraska, reported a student with hydrochloric acid burns on his hands and knees to the Department of Labor. Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, the Labor Department fined PSSI $15,138 for each minor who was employed in breach of the law, totaling $1.5 million in civil money penalties. And if that weren't bad enough, Blackstone has also invested in companies with links to the commercialization and deforestation of the Amazon rainforest. Even though it's unclear what the shooter's motive was, every cloud, as they say. I'm sorry. Listen, once you enact unnecessary rent hikes during a critical housing market that literally put people out of house and home, I don't feel bad for you. I don't feel bad. I'm physically incapable. Next up is David Abraham, the founder of SlimFast.
Hydrofluoric acid is not fun. I used to work with that shit.
Including class action lawsuits alleging that their current products were clinically proven to ensure weight loss when that was not the case.
What the fuck? What was that? SlimFast among them in the process. An FDA spokesman issued a statement effectively burying the credibility of the liquid protein diet, saying there's just no evidence to support the theory advanced by the proponents of the high protein diet that this or any other fad diets in successful long-term weight. Yeah,
and that their current products were clinically proven to ensure weight loss when that was not the case. Another class action lawsuit that claimed SlimFast misrepresented the protein content of some of its meal replacement shakes. Another lawsuit that accused SlimFast of
there's really no such thing as a meal replacement shake. You know, like it's a fad. You need to eat like actual meals, you know? Like, do not buy into these bullshit, you know? There is no such thing. Eat an actual meal. Like, why would you want, like, are you so busy that you cannot stop and eat? Like, are you, like, maybe if you were, like, you know, like, you're in a, I don't know, like, you're in a deserted island, I guess. And you have to, like, eat something, then yeah, maybe you could use that. Because you have no other fucking choice. But if you live in civilization, you know, learn how to cook, you know, or like find someone you could pay that could cook for you.
Customers about its diabetic friendly product.
Eat the bugs. They're a good source of protein. That's true. Tending Voodoo, thank you so much for subscribing for 4 months. She's hoarding the wealth. You don't realize you've been splashed with hydrofluoric acid until like 7 hours later when it starts eating the calcium in your bones. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I don't know, man. How do you live normally with a Karl Marx body pillow without sharing it? I'm gonna be sharing it, okay? Everyone is free to do this. Why are you not doing this? You can do it on your... I did it on my own. Do it on your own. DIY that shit.
Claiming they falsely implied prevention
and she said she's a Marxist
treatment of diabetes. This company,
as Mold mentioned. I'm sorry. I was just trying to joke around it. Like, who knows? Like, maybe they are experiencing like a different, like a medical condition. Like, you know. Sorry for making fun of you. No. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just trying to, like, you know, laugh about it. But if this is related to like anything medical, like forgive me. But anyway, let's move on.
But he also had a number of product recalls, including contamination of their products with a potential microorganism that would cause diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. If that wasn't bad enough, there were also nutritional concerns. Despite marketing some of their products as meal replacements, SlimFast did not meet the USDA definition of a healthy meal plan due to the replacement of whole foods and artificial ingredients and added sugars. There's even more, but that's the gist. Daniel Abraham had an estimated net worth of $2.4 billion. He himself faced numerous allegations of sexual harassment and sexual misconduct. On June 29th, the devil snagged his ass back to hell at the rotten age of 100.
What?
Rest in piss.
Wait,
his ass back to hell. sexual harassment and 2.4. There's even more, but that's the replacement of whole foods and artificial ingredients and added sugars. There's even more, but that's the gist. Daniel Abraham had
What the fuck?
an estimated net worth of $2.4
What the fuck, bro?
billion. He himself faced
Multi-billionaire Slim Fast founder S. Daniel Abraham sued in Me Too. Wow, of course he was! Oh, wow. What a surprise. A billionaire that's a sex pest? Oh, no.
numerous allegations of sexual
I'm so
harassment and
tired of
sexual
these
misconduct.
people. Oh
On
my
June
God,
29th,
bro.
the devil snagged his ass back to hell at the rotten
Good.
age of 100. Rest in peace.
Why do they live so long? Like Kissinger, too. Like, what the fuck, bro? Man. Hell nah.
Next up is James
Hey, at least Jake can drink. Jake can drink what? Soda? Okay, I drink juice and not addicted to soda. That's the neat part. That's good. Yeah, okay.
Leprino, the CEO of Leprino Foods, the largest mozzarella cheese producer in
He looks like his face is like perpetually scrunched. You know, like his mouth is like a butthole, you know? Look like like this. Like a butthole face, you know?
in the U.S. and one of the largest cheese distributors in the
Okay.
world. This
I'm
company
playing too
has been
much.
sued multiple times
Oh,
in
hell
federal
no.
court for discrimination
Oh my god. Of course, alleges discrimination of Hispanic employees.
against employees of color. In 2012, they settled
Sphincter ass, yeah. Yeah. I have yet to finding actual medical diagnosis of water gagging, sadly, unless they live in a place with relatively bad drinking water. Okay.
the U.S. Department of Labor over hiring discrimination due to a pre-employment test.
He
that,
looks
quote,
like even more evil G-Man from Half-Life. Okay. It's the money, man, mana. They can pay for all kinds of witchcraft and medical care. That's true. They get top of the line medical care and they're calling to cause terror and suffering on the innocents of the world, give them meaning in life. That's such a really, really, I don't know how you can live that long and be a hateful motherfucker like that. What the fuck? You just enjoy the suffering of like poor people. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? You deserve to be dragged to hell. Billionaires can afford good doctors that can tell you conditions by stare. Yeah, true. Discrimination and is a guy making money with fucking mozzarella. Exactly. The lack of soul creates a vacuum that sucks the face. Yeah. My tap water tastes like chlorine and boiled crab shells with fish poop. Oh my god, daydream. So I have to use a strong filter for the water. Jesus Christ. Elizabeth Bathory tried to use the blood of the virgins to stay young, so they're probably carrying on the tradition. There is that CEO who does blood transfusions from his son, right? That guy who's obsessed with youth. That CEO guy that's like, I don't know, he looks like a cursed Ken doll. Like, he literally has no wrinkles because of he has a Botox face. And then he gets like blood transfusions from his kid. Was that Peter Thiel? What? Was that is that the same person? What? Let me check that out. He's undergoing heterochronic parabiosis to extend his life. Is not publicly confirmed by him, and the practice involves transferring blood between organisms, not specifically human blood transfusions for general health reasons. What in the fucking hell? No, there's a different one. I don't think it's Peter. There's a different CEO. CEO getting blood transfusions from his son. That's Brian Johnson. The man who spends $2 million a year. He calls it the Project Blueprint. Johnson underwent a series of six monthly 1-liter plasma transfusion with his son as the donor for one of the transfusions. His son is 17. Like, what the fuck, bro? Or I guess he's like 20 now because this article was in 2023. What the ever living fuck, bro? He literally, he looks like this. What the hell, man? Hell the fuck no. Bro literally looks like this. Like, what in the living hell? Brian Johnson, a 45-year-old biotech founder, hopes to rewind the clock of his body a few decades through a program he started called Project Blueprint. Brian Johnson is a 45-year-old multimillionaire who is attempting to slow down his aging process. Why not embrace, like, people in the olden times, like, it's a luxury to get to age, That's why we venerate the elderly in Japan. We literally have like elderly people's day to like honor, to like to honor elderly people, because it's a new thing for human society to have a lot of elderly people, okay? Like, it's a luxury to age. His latest venture involves getting blood plasma from his 17-year-old son. Johnson also gave blood to his own father, completing the tri-generational blood exchange, bro. That doesn't sound like a cult to me. Must just probably be me. What's this? I saw a documentary on him. Fucked up shit. That dude made a cardboard cut out of himself for his son to talk to. What the fuck? Let's disguise as doctors and replace his blood with hot dog water. That's a good idea. He looks so weird. His son wasn't even an adult when he started doing that shit. Exactly. Imagine being born into an insanely rich family and you still get called a plasma bag. And that guy still think he looks AI. Yeah, he looks AI generated. Average people could live that long if they had the money. If you're above 70 and enter into a hospital with an acute emergency condition, your survival rate is below 50 where I practice. Damn, platinum. Holy shit. Brian takes his handfuls of pills multiple times a day, like his routine is wild. Yeah, I saw that too. Holy shit. Uncanny Valley. Yeah, he looks like there is something Uncanny Valley about him. Something about him is so inhumane. He literally justifies his research by saying the protocol will be beneficial for humanity, but he doesn't realize that nobody can afford doing this protocol except for billionaires. Exactly. That's called stem cell and exercise. Project Blueprint is such a half-assed name. These fail sons are so uncreative. That's true. Not helping the capitalist vampire trope at all. Exactly. Hot dog water is funny as fuck, right? Zetter has a lot of creative insults. That's what I like about his rants. He is also abusive to his girlfriend and makes them sign NDAs before dating him so he can get away with wild stuff. Hey, if I had to date someone and I had to sign an NDA before I could date them, like, that's my sign that I need to fucking run for the hills, If anyone that is, that you're starting to date and then they make you sign an NDA, like, the only logical thing that you should do is to fucking run. Run, like, and never look back. If Americans would make that, if American, would that make a difference? Is now, okay. By Zetter is now lurking in the shadows. Little does he know, all he has to do is eat 10 Flintstones vitamins a day to live forever. Oh my god, do I remember the Flintstones vitamins? Jesus Christ. Nah, this is so wild, man. What the fuck? Look at this guy. You can this is makeup. Literally makeup. Like, why is your face orange, bro? And your fucking look at his hands. They're orange from the tan, the fake tan. What the fuck? Ew, this is so gross. Look at his caption. My son, father, and I completed the world's first multi-generational plasma exchange. Once divided by the mind, now united by biology. What is this insane bullshit? This is so fucking unhinged. What the hell? The tech entrepreneur is known for his expensive anti-aging routine, and yet he looks like this. Come on now. I cannot. You're such a waste of money. Like, if he put all of that effort into like helping the poor, like he would, be rich in a different way. Like in a way that it matters, that would not make people throw you into a fucking guillotine, Hell no. Okay, let's go back.
Disadvantaged minorities. The company was also caught
My
in a
God,
series
I'm
of
stressed
wage
out
and
already.
hour class
God, this is my
action
first like political stream in a long time, and I'm already feeling my stress levels, my imps. I love doing this, but holy shit, when I was doing it almost every week, for before I got partnered, holy fuck, that was like the height of my not cholesterol, my cortisol levels. Like the most elevated my cortisol has ever had been, in a long time.
lawsuits in California, which led to
Hello,
$3.5
Sancello.
million settlements in 2024 for workers at its processing
Bye,
facilities. There have
Smickales.
also been allegations of disability and gender discrimination, as well as retaliation in recent court filings. James Lupino had a net worth of
Full thing of adult vitamin gummies to become the god emperor. Sure, let's experiment on the billionaires first. First test should be the effects on the body falling from 10,000 feet. Yeah. My son and father gave me their blood so I can stay young. I'm so selfless. What fucking eldritch horror shits do I just did? Yes, it's... I don't understand either. Blood had stem cells. They can be used even for rising brain in vial. Tissue engineers use them for rising organs from cell group. Yeah, I do have like a biochem engineer friend who got her PhD because she grew a heart. Like she grew a heart from stem cells. Using the mold of like a pig heart. She grew like human cells, human heart from that. And that was her, I guess that was her thesis. Blood had stem cells. They can be used. Okay. Why not send expeditions to find the fountain of youth like the good old days? Yeah. Real Twitter experience. It needs to be extracted. It can't be done with straight transfusion alone. Yeah, it's kind of a dumb project, not gonna lie. Wow, I get why Hassan is so bulky. Too much stress. Now I get okay. I thought you were about to say you had a new organ from stem cells. No.
of 2.1.
But yeah, like she deserves her PhD for sure. Okay, because she grew a fucking human heart from the mold of like a pig. You know, I'm like, what is this biochemistry, biochemical engineering? She's a biochemical engineer. So she did that. She
billion
grew
dollars.
heart. The fuck?
And died June 19th at age 87. Again, rest in piss.
Ah.
This one doesn't have a lot of details, but it was actually so wild. The next billionaire is Sanjay Kapoor, an Indian auto parts billionaire who died after swallowing a bee.
Oh, let's
during a
go!
polo match,
Hey,
which
hey, hey, Comrade B. Comrade B, the B movie, okay?
credit is probably the most rich man way to die ever. But there's been a messy family feud over his
India's messy family succession, okay.
inheritance, which
Damn.
we'll see how this shakes out. I found this after the fact, but apparently
Oh, literally, like, I mention that my friend, Comrade Nikki, she's Indian, right? She's literally friends with a literal princess who lives in a palace. So the other day she visited her friend in their palace. Was it the other day? It was last week, whatever. But yeah. Yeah. My friend has a literal princess friend. But that princess is also like starting to have like class consciousness. So she's starting to defy a lot of like royal family like traditions. So she's becoming a class traitor. So a class traitor princess. She's not there yet. She's still like, you know, like my comrade Nikki is slowly but surely like radicalizing her. Because first of all, she refused to get married, and that's like the one thing that as an Indian princess is like something that you should be doing in your 20s, you know. But no, the princess is not doing it, and she got a job. But she went back to like her palace. I guess having a job is too hard, but like, you know, one step at a time. Like prevent that bloodline from ever like, you know, getting further. I mean, it's not very far-fetched. Malaysia still have a lot of sultans. Oh no, yeah, well, my friend she's in India now. She moved back to India. She used to live in Malaysia, by the way. But her friend is a princess in India. And I'm like, the way that, you know, like I'm close with Comrade Nikki, and she's also close with the princess. So, but I've never talked to the princess. But Comrade Nikki showed her my streams, and the princess said that she liked my voice. And like, damn, a literal princess deadass watching my stream. What the fuck? You know what I mean? One of my friends said she had a bunch of family members who said they were related to the Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie. No way, she's starting to realize that people living naked in holes in the ground is not okay. Yeah. It's slow because, of course, you know, she grew up a royalty. I might be mistaken, but isn't India a republic? It is, but they are like they still have kings and princesses because it's a casteist society. Okay. Even if it's a republic, the caste system reigns supreme. You gotta be there to really see how it works, because it's fucked up. Even their architecture is based around the caste system. So literally, like, if you want to like live in a high-rise apartment, like you have a servant. They have a servant's quarter that looks like a broom closet. Like literally have no windows. And she showed me that, like, she lives in a high-rise apartment. She said, like, yo, like, we have this room over here, and this is where our servants are supposed to go if they have to live in there. So they decided to, like, just let their servants, like, kind of, like, just come in every day but not live there. Not, like, a stay-in, like, a live-in servant. Because her comrade Nikki's sisters are millionaires, okay? Like, they are rich as fuck. They can afford that lifestyle. And well, in India, money is everything. Okay, And yeah. Like she's the only one who literally treats their servants like a human being, and it frustrates her so much. But at the same time, like she is taking care of her niece. So that's like her job right now. Is like she is a caretaker of her niece. So at the very least, she is like, influencing her niece to not become like her mother. You know? I just know India is still have royalty. Yeah, it's much like, it's much like the UK, Like you still have royal families in the UK, right? But, they don't really have political power. It's the same in India. But they're more like they got visited by like Prime Minister Modi and stuff like that. President ka. Was it president or prime minister? Forgot. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that a princess once watched my stream. Oh my god, it's so funny. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, was she like, and she was watching like me like talking shit about billionaires. Well, she literally, she was supposed to be engaged to like one of the rich families in fucking India. The good thing about it is she refused. She doesn't want to get married. So that's good. Yeah, it wasn't Sneaky here earlier. Sneaky is Indian, so he can like chime in too. But it's different every state. At least she treated the slaves right, blood. Why you participate in this is you don't understand like how rampant how rampant that is in Indian society. You know? Like you gotta be there to understand the situation. Like she does not want to be there either, but she doesn't have a choice because she doesn't have a job, okay? And she has been battling like her mental like um she's been having some mental struggle because she was super isolated in Malaysia. Like she nearly went suicidal because of her isolation. So Indian caste system is racism with extra steps. I'm correct. Yeah. Like I do get that, Platinum. I know, right? But among the people in her family, she's the only one that has like, some modicum of like respect of other human beings that are not in the same caste. It's really hard. I learned English from your streams. That's good to know. The whole yes, like okay, so literally, okay, let me tell you this, like in each like a typical household in India, like if you have servants, right? Your servants cannot touch or sit on the couches that the family uses. You have or eat out of the same utensils that the family uses, that the family that you serve uses. Okay? You can't touch those. You can't sit on the chairs or eat at the tables. You have to have your separate utensils. You have to have your separate like you can't even sit down because you're not supposed to sit down because you're a slave. And it's so fucked up. Like that's like your typical Indian household with a servant, okay? Like that's how fucked up the caste system is. And do you know where Hitler got the inspiration from? His, thing. He got it from the caste system, right? So, he was inspired by that. By India's caste system. Even slaves in Roman Empire had it better. They were treated like lesser family members and could even sew their owner sue their owner if they treated them bad. No. In India, once you are born an untouchable, you are an untouchable for the rest of your life and your bloodline. There is no social mobility. There's no such thing as social mobility. If you are born an untouchable, so are the generations after you. You know, they're called the Dalits, right? Yeah, Hitler really just saw the worst things about society and went, damn, I need to. Yeah, he saw Jim Crow. He saw the caste system in India and be like, you know what? I could make my own. I could put a little bit sprinkle over it with like, you know, with a European flavor. You know? Untouchables literally used to live in holes, dug in the dirt, eating piss and yeah. The symbol is cool with though. I mean, it came from, you know, from Hindu. It just corrupted it, you know. Reminds me of Kinzaza. What's the difference between a Chatlanin and a Pasak? The color of a light bulb on one. Exactly. That's That's literally what it is. You know, it's just that they were born with a different color of light bulb. That's literally the difference. Hitler even stole the Hindu swastika, although his version is called the Haken Cruz. Yeah. A little white supremacy there and a little capitalism there. Yeah. Sprinkle. Fucking cursed land. Deutschland.
He was also incredibly abusive to one of his wives.
Of course.
He's been divorced like 3 times.
Oh my god. Why are we surprised that these motherfuckers do not treat women well? Like, are you surprised? And is any in the chat? Oh no, a multi-billionaire is shitty to women and probably abuses children, you know?
Has basically accused him of attempting to, quote, auction her off to friends during their honeymoon. Various physical abuse, including instructing his mother to physically assault her during her pregnancy. So yeah, believe women and fuck that
Cat is here. She's sniffing at Mana on my phone. Hello, Cat!
guy. Next up is Frederick Smith, the founder of FedEx. This guy sucks. This guy's a fucking monster. Be glad that his
bro, look at this motherfucker, man. What the? He looks like a comic book villain. Like, what the fuck?
soul no longer walks in this realm. On January 31st, 1975, I know we're going back pretty far, Frederick Smith was indicted for forgery by a federal grand jury. The suit was filed by Smith's 2 half-sisters, Fredette Smith Eagle and Mrs. Laura Ann Patterson. The lawsuit alleged that Smith had forged documents to obtain a $2 million bank loan that he and executives of his family's trust fund had sold stock from, the fund to a loss of $14 million. A warrant for Smith's arrest was issued, for which Smith posted bond with federal authorities in Memphis. The same evening of his forgery indictment, Smith was involved in a fatal hit-and-run whereby he killed a 54-year-old black handyman named George C. Strughill. Smith was arrested and charged with leaving the scene of an accident and driving with an expired license. He was not charged for manslaughter and was released on a $250
like Penguin
bond.
from Batman.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
this was not the first time Smith was involved in a fatal car accident. During his first summer break from Yale, Smith was back.
This was not the first time Smith was involved in fatal car accident. During his first summer break from Yale, Smith was back in Memphis driving out to a lake with friends when he lost control of the car he was driving, causing the vehicle to flip, killing the passenger in the front seat. Holy fuck. The cause of the accident was never determined. He was probably driving under the influence, right? Like, how else could it be?
back in Memphis driving out to a lake with friends when he lost control
Bro,
of the car he was
that's-
driving,
because
causing
he-
the vehicle to flip, killing
Because he's a billion, like he's fucking rich. They just buried the DUI charges, I guess.
the passenger in the front seat. The
Released on a $250 bond. Exactly.
cause of the accident was never determined. Now let's get to his company that he founded. FedEx paid $228 million in 2015 to settle a class action lawsuit alleging that the company misclassified drivers as independent contractors instead of employees.
What? What? Independent contractors? That's crazy.
Unsurprisingly, there are also numerous accusations of racial discrimination and
Of
wrongful
course.
termination. They're also currently receiving backlash for outsourcing American piloting jobs to other countries. Frederick Smith was worth an estimated $5 billion and died June 21st at age 80. Rest in motherfucking piss. Yeah, fuck these guys.
Yeah.
So many of them ran companies that were riddled with corruption and exploitation and cruelty. I have no sympathy for these people, and I know exactly where they are. Now, I personally have a feeling that the Blackstone CEO was in fact targeted. Maybe that's my tinfoil hat. But the truth is, it doesn't matter. For the same reason that they're not covering these old billionaire fucks who finally bid it. Even if there is no culprit. Even if there isn't a singular person responsible for their demise. Even if their murder was accidental or an unintended consequence of a situation. It does not matter. And I'll tell you why. Hearing about these bitches' deaths fuels the working class. Anyone who's not a dirty bootlicker can feel their life.
This is why we're doing this stream in the first place, so that we can, rekindle that desire and passion for the heads rolling,
return to them when they hear about these billionaires who bid it.
We're going to gut it with a machete. Okay?
And it reminds them of the ever-growing divide between the top 1% and the bottom 99. Every time something unfortunate happens to a CEO, there is a celebration among the working class. That is what these billionaires are trying to prevent. They are trying to prevent dissent, especially on this level. They want to prevent that kinship, that unity amongst the working class.
Yes.
Right and
It's
left.
the
It's like the Bugs
glue.
Life meme. There's way more than us than there are of them.
Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
The billionaires that own the mainstream media, the ones that donate to Republicans and Democrats, they know their support publicly is at
APAC.
a critical low point.
Also.
And it's only going to get lower. Every time I hear that a billionaire has just died, it is music to my ears. And I know that that's the case for
We
me.
should watch The Bug's Life as well. And get Marxist themes out of it.
Many of you as well. Keep up the pressure. Remind your fellow comrade who the real villain is. As things are getting worse, as we are all still dealing with things like wage stagnation, the big beautiful bill cutting SNAP, Medicare, various social programs, the unemployment rate, the job statistics fuck up, housing being outrageously expensive, this rewriting of history and crazy amount of censorship coming from the Trump administration, the cutting of public broadcasting, all of these things are eclipsing. All of that frustration, all of that anger is because of a small group of very powerful people. I'm going to keep sharing about various CEOs' demise on my posts tab, so make sure to subscribe, stay updated so you don't miss any. But I think in essence, just don't stop talking about this. I say this in a lot of my videos. Don't stop talking about this. Don't stop talking about us versus them when it comes to working class versus CEOs.
Yeah.
Don't stop talking about how these companies have ruined America. Don't stop talking about it.
Not
And
just
while I
America.
personally-
Excuse me, they ruined the world to enrich America. Right? It's not just America.
as a YouTuber, a content creator, a public person on this app, I can't condone violence. I don't condone violence. But
All this that is going to happen is going to be a disaster for everyone. All that is happening in this world is the causing order out of chaos.
getting fucking loud and angry and nasty with these people in power and collectively saying, we're not fucking doing this anymore, is powerful. Especially when we have so many people on both sides involved in this. As Americans, we have a common cause. We can't go on like this anymore.
Yeah.
And this semblance of class consciousness is the first time in decades that both sides of the political spectrum have come together on an issue. We need to take advantage of that because real change is already happening. It's so much easier to fight the good fight when you're not struggling to make ends meet.
Exactly.
I can't put too fine a point on this.
This is why they're targeting all of the things that matter to like the working class people, like healthcare, public education, housing, because these are the things that would like distract people from seeing or having like the actual class consciousness to see the real enemy, to realize who the real enemy is.
This is the reaction that is to be expected.
BlackRock will be investing in Indonesia. That's fucked up. Yeah.
Peaceful protest doesn't work.
There's no such thing as a peaceful protest, And there's no such thing as a bloodless revolution. So let's just not get deluded into that, right? Like, there's no such thing.
Once again,
all revolutions end up in bloodshed, so okay.
This small, powerful group is to be expected when peaceful protest doesn't work. When you don't fucking listen to people and their lives and their...
Exactly. Education is a big one because it helps people think critically and learn about corruption. Yeah, exactly. This is why they're defunding their education, and kids these days, like, they have like a brain rotted like iPad brain, like what the fuck? They don't have, a lot of the kids don't have like the attention span to even articulate like themselves, like their own emotions. They don't even know who they are,
Their very humanity is at stake. What the fuck else are they supposed to do? And I can say,
bloodless, peaceful, legal protest.
That I don't want people assassinating CEOs. But if you don't listen to an entire country protest for years, when people suffer for the sake of profit, and the only consolation that they get for their years of patronage is a rejection email, when peace doesn't work, violence is the language that people will speak.
Yes.
And, as I always say, history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does fucking rhyme. This is the natural progression, and that is what has CEOs so scared. And if any CEOs are watching this video, highly unlikely, but if somehow you are, have the day you deserve. As always, I have the one's GoFundMe linked below.
Have the day that you deserve. Yeah, also she supports Palestine. I love this creator.
She was supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bombed her home and her school out of existence. If you don't have the money to donate, that's totally okay. Make sure to like and leave a comment, because there's got to be someone on this godforsaken app that can give $1 or $2. If you would like to support Palestinian families, but you don't have money to donate, you can always watch my D&D campaign, Westerly Academy. It is a D&D campaign about a couple of kids going to a magic school.
Yo, she also has a D&D campaign. Damn. Okay.
Power of friendship and falling in love and finding a missing faculty member. All of the ad revenue goes directly to Palestinian families, so by literally watching D&D, you are helping the people of Palestine.
That
Make sure to check out my sponsor.
Check out her channel, Imps. She is called Happy Pancake.
For free, use my link. And if you really want to be a sweetie pie, you can always support me on Patreon too. As always, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Bye.
That's good. I really like her. That part is the doomer in me speaking. Kids are being atomized by brain rot. The sack of potatoes is the whole of American society. Yeah. Honestly, unfortunately, Not only is there no bloodless revolution, there is blood in both failed attempts at bloodless revolution and in the absence of revolution. There will be blood regardless. That is true, yeah. All protests start peacefully, but it is the corrupt people that push them to turn violent, because they leave them no choice but to defend themselves after a certain point, yeah? It's the same with, Palestine. Like the Palestine protests, like they started out with just wearing a keffiyeh. If you just wear a keffiyeh, like now you get grabbed in the streets, Speaking of D&D, where's the yeah, we're supposed to have it, but I don't know how to copy the channel perms, okay? So I need to check with my mods for that. I don't know how to do it. But yeah, we will have a D&D channel in my server. I don't know how to play it, but one day, the imps will teach me how to play D&D. I would love to do that, actually. Let's look at more of her stuff. Actually, her stuff is so good.
I feel like such a jaded elder talking about this. I never thought I'd see the day. He did it. Son of a bitch, he did it. Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. My name is Skull.
We are so close to class consciousness. Okay, I want to see that. Grooming and brainwashing. When will they learn? Yeah, like some of these are like very American centric though, but this one we are so close to class con. Let's watch this for a while, and then like maybe I can like end my stream on that.
My name is Scully, and I actually have some good news to tell you today.
You can learn. I love dungeon mastering. I prefer Pathfinder over D&D personally. What is the difference? Tech wizard mana, summon your tech people. It's just a bunch of incompetent people in tech. A bit off topic, but do you have a Discord or equivalent? I do have, like it's literally in my title right now. You gotta do merch if you want to find my merch, and then you can do this for the Discord. There are commands. But you gotta go through a vetting form. You know. All right, let's watch this. Class consciousness is related to the CEOs anyway, so let's go.
For the first time in years, I feel like we are uniting as a nation. Working class Republicans and Democrats alike have come together to say,
He was the best guy around.
What about the
See there? I listen to you and play Path of Exile. Okay.
people he murdered?
What murder?
What murder?
the public response to this bloodsucker getting absolutely murked in broad daylight after he spent his career building policies that were more concerned with making money than actually saving people's lives has been entirely predictable. According to the 2021 census, it's estimated that Americans owe at least $220 billion in medical debt, despite over 90% of Americans having some form of insurance. I've wanted to talk about this for
90%?
years, how I think
Jesus.
insurance is like such a scam because in almost every case, medical, automotive, etc., you're paying every month to prevent yourself from paying a lot when something bad happens. That's like the premise, right? But when you do get into an accident, you usually have to pay anyway, so like, what the fuck is the point? What the fuck are we doing here? I truly can't overstate how important this is for unifying the working class. And I don't really know why so many in the ruling and corporate class are like surprised. You have to be so horrendously out of touch to not realize how much people are struggling for like groceries. We are the richest country in the world, and most of us can barely afford to pay food and rent. Not to mention, we as a country have become so desensitized to gun violence. But that worked in their favor when they were bombing hospitals and schools in other countries, when we saw a school shooting every other week, but our government did nothing about gun reform or mental health, and only gave us thoughts and prayers, because they didn't want to politicize such a tragedy.
Y'all really raised the school shooter generation, and now you're asking us for sympathy. You normalize gun violence to the point where we take days to weeks off of school to practice what to do when an armed gunman comes into our building. And now you're upset. You want us to cry because some man got shot in broad daylight? This happens. Welcome to a regular Tuesday at school in America.
Now, it's not so good when people are assassinating and threatening the ruling class. Now it's a big deal. Now it's worthwhile news. Now we're the monsters for not thinking about this person and their family. This is the story. This is the life that has taken up the coverage in the news cycle for the past 2 weeks. This guy with a net worth of $43 billion. This guy who didn't have to work another day in his life, while the people getting coverage from him and his company are struggling to provide for themselves, for their family, for their communities. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
As a patient who United Healthcare denied over $15K worth of medical bills this year alone, your claim for my sympathy has been denied due to lack of coverage. May the odds be ever in your favor. Fuck you. Be that guy, but that guy is a husband and have children. Fuck it. Fuck them kids, bro. Fuck his wife. I don't give a shit. Some people are more valuable than others. Again, yeah. Fuck that. Hello, Manana. Your recent demos are just okay. Hello, Timeout Seeker. Are you Zetter's cousin?
I was at the doctor's office today, and the person in line in front of me was having all these problems because the procedure that they were supposed to get done had been denied by their health insurance company. Even though they had waited all the way until December when their deductible had met to get this procedure done, they were supposed to get it done back in February, but their insurance company said, no, we won't cover it until you meet your deductible. So they waited all the way until December for when their deductible was met, and then they were trying to get it done today, but now their insurance company is dragging their feet and denying their claim, which is really sinister because the deductible resets in like 2 weeks, and part of that is a holiday period, so we know nothing's going to happen. So basically, they gaslit this person all year into thinking that their procedure would be covered, and now it's not, and it's thousands of dollars, and they can't afford it. There are still people in this country who don't think that CEOs and boards of directors and private equity is not horrible, is not evil. Okay, these aren't laws. It's not like the law of gravity. Nobody said that deductibles and deductibles resetting in January has to exist. CEOs made that up. Boards of directors made that up to make more money. Stop acting like the rules that these people come up with to make themselves more money are law. That they are just undeniable, and that's the way that things have to be. This is not the way that things have to be.
As a paramedic, I have pleaded with patients who are actively unaliving in front of me that refuse medical care due to the cost. I have cried with and for them, knowing I would be back later to pick up their corpse. This system is responsible for innumerable deaths. I see it with my own eyes every time I come to work. Yeah, this is fucking traumatizing, bro. Like, to the point that, you know, some people would unalive themselves because they could not afford to get treatment. This is not how. What the fuck are they doing with all that money when they're just letting people die like this? Oh my fucking god. Sorry, Imps. I need to refill my water. So I will be back. It's for your sign to get up and stretch. So I will be back. BRB. I'm back, but I am walking right now. So I will be walking, imps, because I need to get my steps in. I forgot. So while we watch, I will be walking. And you're free to make comments as well. I'm just getting in between Zetter talking to themselves. I heard they have lots of protein, like 16% of their body weight. Hold on, my remote is not working for my... I need it to be faster. I need a faster speed. Also, hello, Galgacito. Thank you for subscribing for 9 months. Let's go. I'm walking right now. Yes.
But this didn't stop media outlets from wagging their little fingers at us for being bad little boys, girls, and MBs, for not getting down on our knees and crying about someone who ran a company that denied a third of their claims of the insurers. A company that made over $22 billion in profit. In profit!
Hell no.
Last year. Profit from the pockets of everyday people like you and me. And, again, unsurprisingly, people did not respond kindly to this. They really showed
Facts don't care about your benefactors, Ben. Just shocking targeted attack and the left celebrates. Yeah. Hey Ben, longtime viewer and fan. This has really cleared up a lot of things for me. This will be the last Daily Wire video I'll be watching. Ben's net worth, it is $50 million. He has more in common with these CEOs than any of us. That's true. Starting to realize your entire career is built off of getting ordinary working folks to hate each other. I'm canceling my Daily Wire subscription. Bro is going to die on this hill when it's not left versus right issue, right? Stop bringing race into this. American people's eyes are opening up. Yeah. This is a fitness channel now. Yeah, we need to be swalletariats too. Europeans thinking that this shit happens only in the US is an insane cope, by the way. Exactly. It happens everywhere. It's just more like, I don't know, magnified in the United States. I like it when nature takes care of CEOs by having them hunted by wild animals. Yeah. God, the hate I have for Ben is absurd at this point. I don't want to be so hateful. No! Let it be. Let it be, my friend.
Asses with this one. The curtain has been pulled back. The smoke has disappeared. The wizard is not real. And it has become dramatically clear to the people that follow these large media corporations that the media
wizard
is not here
real.
to protect or vouch.
Wait, what the fuck? I was muted the entire time. The hell? I was saying that my empathy is out of network. they're so dumbfounded that you know, common people are now seeing this, are commenting like this. Like, what do you mean feel? Like, we don't feel lied to, exploited, or abandoned. They've actually been lied to, exploited, and abandoned by the healthcare system. Exactly. Yeah, I got muted. I muted myself. I clicked Because I was walking and I clicked accidentally. I'm in motion, imps. He was on his way into a shareholders meeting, a meeting where they all celebrate how much profits they've made over taking people's Medicare and turning around and denying service. Turns out the country is united on something. Exactly. Where is the reporting on the people who died due to not being covered by insurance? It's not. Because it's the poorest that are dying, you know? It doesn't matter.
Corporations that the media is not here to protect or vouch for us.
Yeah.
Asterisk, corporate media in most cases. They are here first and foremost to protect the systems in place which benefit people that are already wealthy and are already in power.
The media is not covering the protests on healthcare. They're not covering the mass walkouts on college campuses. They're really trying to paint Luigi as this terrible person, but we're not buying it. This has united all Americans across political parties. And the powers that be in the media are really trying their hardest, but it's not working. I went to Egypt back in September, and I had a bacterial infection when I got there from Egypt. I had to go to the emergency room.
I'm moving
I had to get an IV
dialectically,
drip.
yes.
I had to get not just saline, but several medications in this IV drip. I had to also get prescription medications that were delivered. I knew it was going to be less than it would have been in the States, but I knew I was probably going to have to shell out a few $100s. Tell me why $23.
Yeah.
For all of it.
Even in
That's
Egypt.
including the emergency room visit and delivery or the prescriptions. $23.
Yeah. Yeah, when I went to like when I just have like a typical doctor's visit, it would just be like, for example, for a cold, right? Or like a cough. Like I had some like weird dry cough like in June or something. And I literally went to the doctor and like had to pay like, I don't know, $15. You know?
We are watching in real time the fourth estate, meaning legacy media, right-wing media.
It's less than I pay
closing
for
ranks
my
around the
ADHD
billionaire
meds.
class
Yeah.
to defend their interests.
In
They
Canada.
are completely compromised and owned by the billionaire interests, so they cannot criticize them. This is the great unspooling. Class warfare is upon us. And then, God forbid you watch Fox News, you'll see Laura Ingraham simultaneously condemn this guy as a lunatic and then say that the man who killed that Subway performer was a hero. So you see, it's never been more apparent who the media is there to protect, and because of that, credulity is strained, and people are going to go to different sources, like Taylor Lorenz or somebody like that, for their coverage, right? Because the hypocrisy is just too great at this point.
In this time, mainstream media has failed to cover a number of related issues, including protests, student walkouts. They have solely focused on slandering the nature of this crime and trying to get us to feel bad. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. In the days after this assassination, memes were going around about how people's insurance doesn't cover their eyesight, so they didn't see anything. Thoughts and deductibles. If I see the adjuster, I didn't see shit. But all good things must come to
Thoughts and deductibles. I literally just read an article saying that the Pentagon spends millions of dollars on lobster tail every year, and yet the government can't afford to help their own people with their medical needs because it's too expensive. What do you mean lobster tail? Like for them to consume? What? What the fuck?
an end. And eventually, a McDonald's worker called 911, reporting that she spotted the suspected adjuster. Her name was Nancy Parker, and she received zero reward for
Luigi
snitching because
Mangione.
she didn't call the tip line or the FBI. I hope it was worth it, you old bitch. She also
Yeah.
got fired, allegedly,
that.
because she called the police on company time. So, yeah.
Please feel bad for
Capitalism
the
and empire at work
billionaires.
here. And despite this, despite all of this, despite Nancy Parker basically being
She ratted him. She ratted Luigi out and didn't even get her reward. The fuck? This is what you get for classic bootlegging.
spit in the face of the ruling class after doing the dirty work and not getting the reward despite aiding the corporate and ruling class. Luigi Mangione being basically the perfect specimen for us to sympathize with, you know, an accomplished young man who was failed by the medical system. Despite most people knowing some horrible traumatic experience that either a loved one or they themselves went through, despite the billions with a B in profit that was made at the expense of actual human lives. Despite all of this, there are still fucking bootlickers in the working class that are like, well, murder is wrong in any capacity. Okay, cool. Let me get this crystal fucking clear. As a channel, as Scully, as Happy Pancake, I'm not advocating that you go out and murk CEOs, first and foremost. But let's get this one fucking thing clear. What Brian Thompson was doing, what all of these healthcare executives are still doing, is also murder.
Yeah.
They're just signing a paper instead of pulling the trigger. That's it. It's still violence. It's still murder. And until I hear you say every single fucking name of every single person that has died because of these soulless policies, until I see you make a TikTok video for every single family that has lost a loved one because they chose to die instead of burdening their family with medical debt, I don't want to hear a fucking peep out of you. I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear that violence isn't the answer until they stop killing us. Because you don't actually care about murder. You don't actually care about these people that have died. You don't. Wake the fuck up. The only reason that this is being so heavily covered is because Brian Thompson was a powerful, rich person. That's the only reason. People get shot every day. Normal men, women, children, trans people. The FBI doesn't put out a reward for their killers. So why did they put one out for Brian Thompson? Why? Ask yourself that question. These systems are put in place to protect those in power. 99.9% of us will never be a Brian Thompson. We will always just be another statistic for them. The media has continued to try and demonize Luigi Mangione because he is the primary suspect in this case, and it has failed miserably. People that actually know him have been vocal, posting their own TikToks, even talking to news stations, and vouching for his character, talking about what a good friend he was, what a good person he is. It came out that he...
Okay. I don't know what hurts more, the current media coverage for the wisdom teeth that coming out sideways inside my mouth. Okay. Health insurance kills more people every year than 9/11 did. Yeah. I'll be back in... I gotta go. I'll be back if I make it back in time. Otherwise, thanks for the stream. Congrats on the gains, and I hope y'all have a great one. Thank you, Slurper and Lurple. Now go out there and make a difference in the world. I got pliers if you need help. What the fuck are we talking about? Are you using pliers to like pull out teeth? Have a good day, Purple Nurple. Slurple Nurple. Purple Nurple. Oh. And they spent $750 million to hunt Luigi. Yeah. Chicago can have like 8 casual unsolved murders in a weekend, but the net value of those people is like nothing. Yeah. Where's Mochi? I say, where's Mochi, mana? Are they in your basement with Chris eating organic glass? No, Mochi is actually somewhere right now. Mochi only ever like gets stuck in the basement when I release a merch. So for now, Mochi is safe.
Has Republican views, and most people, including leftists, don't really care that he's a Republican because we realize that it's so much fucking bigger than that. Some people are being annoying, but I would say the vast majority of people are like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. This whole media campaign, this whole slandering campaign isn't working, and they're scared.
It's not, yeah.
So generally throughout history, anytime a country has a class-based revolution, what usually kicks it off is the working class suddenly has the realization that the wealthy class that's been exploiting them for years is not as invincible as they've been pretending.
Yep.
And that is precisely the reason that you're seeing politicians and news media and even the corporate class themselves working overtime to try and convince you that they're people just like you, because they're fully aware that the social norms that protected them up until this point have evaporated in the past week. Because up until recently, most of the working class assumed that the wealthy was completely untouchable because they had all the lawyers, they had all the wealth, they were able to hide their wealth in convincing ways, they had all the influence, all the connection with all the politicians. And then the adjuster showed us that all the lawyers and political friends in the world can't protect you from getting blitzed in the street.
Yes.
And that not only is it possible to use violence to remove these people from power, but that there's an awful lot of Americans who want to do so. Just earlier today, CNN did a story on the fact that there are wanted posters for CEOs popping up across Manhattan, and that the C-suite class is saying that they're afraid for their lives right now. And it's because they understand this too. They fully understand that they no longer have the one social veneer that was keeping them safe in place. It bears worth remembering that the political class, the corporate class, and the upper 1% are usually pretty good at predicting how things will go. That's why they've maintained their influence and their wealth. So if they're panicking this much over people potentially taking action and targeting more of them, that probably means it's going to start happening.
Now, I want to talk about this interview.
Another thing, there are 146 school shootings this year in the US, and they only covered one. And you know what happened the next day? Gun/bullet sales skyrocketed up 800%. What the fuck, bro? Along with CEOs kill all lobbyists. Yeah. No. Exactly. Also, hello, Parkoma. Parkour Master spelled wrong. Okay. Parkour Master. Okay. Parkour. Welcome to the stream. I'm walking right now, so if you see me like jiggling, my model is jiggling. And me like talking like I'm running out of breath because I'm walking to like a really fast speed. So I can like get my 10K steps in like within an hour.
That News Nation had with the inmates at the prison Luigi is currently staying at in Altoona, Pennsylvania.
I started reporting on Luigi Mangione's prison conditions as I was finding them out. And as soon as the live shot was over, that's when I turned around and they said, the conditions suck. And so that was my confirmation. Oh my gosh, they're watching News Nation at that very moment. I pulled out my camera, I recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today.
Oh, damn!
Can I just ask the guys if they can hear me right now to answer yes or no very loud? Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
That's right.
They're getting the questions and they're getting us the answers.
Exactly.
Luigi does not have. Wow, this is quite something. This is the strangest interview I've ever conducted.
The US is the most internally violent country on the planet. It has more guns than people. Somehow actual political violence incidents happen like less than 5 times a year, yeah. Oh, I thought the Mark's jiggle was an attention retention technique. No, I'm just
so
walking.
I'm going to read out the menu, and then I'm going to ask the guys if it was any good, the dinner tonight. So guys, was dinner good, yes or no?
Oh, damn, they're
what are they saying?
I heard terrible. I heard terrible.
They're saying heck no. They're saying BS. They're saying terrible. They're saying that's not what they are eating.
This is the first time I've seen any kind of interview like this, and a lot of people have talked about how this has had like a really profound impact on them. How
long can you sprint? I don't sprint. I just walk really fast. Cause I don't know how to like run properly without like getting my joints like fucked up. You know. Like running, you need to run with a good technique to not fuck up your joints. So my sports dietitian put me on like this program and just wants me to concentrate on lifting weights and then getting my 10K steps. Like if I want to have like athletic performance in something, I don't play a sport, so I don't need to sprint, you know? Unless you want me to run away from my problems, I guess I should start sprinting, but I ain't running away from my problems. Maybe that's you, Zetter, projecting. Maybe you should start learning how to sprint.
Peak journalism. I agree. You know, like the prison systems is one aspect of American culture that I feel like we don't really talk about.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck up my joints because I'm already like squatting like pretty heavy. Like more than my body weight, so you know, like I don't want to mess that up with like sprinting wrong, you know?
You know, criminal do bad
Fast
thing, criminal bad, criminal go to prison, and then you don't think about them or how they reintegrate into society, if they even reintegrate into society at any point. But having this interview and having people on a much larger scale.
Maybe that's why I have so many problems, slow as cold shit.
Learn about the terrible conditions of these prisons is significant.
For that. No, I don't.
And while I think, yes, most of us should be aware of as many problematic aspects of our country as possible.
Yeah, my friend who runs said you need to like fall and let momentum take you. Freak me. Yeah, I mean you need to like be on like the balls of your feet all the time, you know, and that's a technique that you need to learn over time so that it's not gonna be like aggressive on your joints. Running is a technique. You can't just run, you know, like if you don't know how to run and you need to lose weight, don't run. Just walk. You know, if you don't know how like the proper technique on running, no, you just need to walk. Lift weights and fucking walk, bitch.
I did come across some people that were like, yeah, like, this isn't that revolutionary. You can just talk to inmates. And it's like, yeah, you can.
Yeah, because, like, for me, I don't have a car, so I have to commute to work. I have to, like, walk to the station and then use the train and then, do the same thing back home. And then also at work, like, I prefer to stand and do, like, when I'm at the office, I would prefer to, like, just stand. So I get like 10K,
letters, but not everybody's going to do that.
To 11K
and it's not
steps
realistic for you to think that everybody will do that. Like, it's just, is that a really awesome thing? Yeah, and I think should more people do it? Absolutely. But this is something on a large scale. This is something that a news station covered. It went viral all over TikTok.
Hello, Comhead. Yes, hello, Human Shrek. Why run when I can? Longboard walking is so pedestrian. Okay. The Second Amendment is just a convenient way of population control. If it wasn't profitable, it'd be gone. If it actually benefited the working class, it would be gone. Yeah, true. Also, be careful. If you sprint without warming up your leg muscles, you'll be catching a muscle cramp. Yeah! Yes, you need to warm the fuck up. Just the NRA just seems so evil to me, yeah. I run every day from my problems and took 1 hour walks to get to work every day. Does it count? Yes, that counts too. 1 hour of walking is good. Go on the step machine in the gym. That's very good. Or you walk outside, I do both. If it's rainy, then I just do it inside. I take advantage of the fact that I don't have a car and always walk. The only downside is having to be careful about unpleasant smells. That's true. Mana, did you mention that you are able to drive? I used to be able to drive, but I don't have a car. So I don't want to have a car. Unlimited guns to the working class. Mana is a professional drift racer. I jog if it's raining. Are you Vegeta?
TikTok, all over YouTube, and you couldn't get away from it. Are you
actually Vegeta?
Talking about the horrible food and the horrible conditions, and how they suggested that Luigi just gets sent off to another prison because the conditions in this prison were terrible. So yeah, I am of the mind that I do think this is significant, and I would love to see more from this news station. I hope they don't like get in trouble for this or anything, because I think that this is really cool, and I think that more voices of inmates should be heard. Luigi Mangione has also been announced that he's going to be transferred to Rikers Island, which is terrifying. Gene Borello, who was a former organized crime associate, spent 13 years in prison, and 4 of those years were at Rikers. He described the conditions at the New York City prison as the, quote, most dangerous in America. He warns that if Mangione is transferred to Rikers, he will face harsh realities, including substandard food, unsanitary conditions, and safety concerns. This is obviously not news. I mean, the prison systems are horribly corrupt in this country, especially for-profit prisons that literally benefit from people going behind bars. Michael Jacobson, the previous corrections commissioner, stated about Rikers, quote, there's no transparency, he said. No one can really understand what's going on in there. The infrastructure is so old, the whole place is a landfill, and it's just deteriorating and crumbling. There's just not enough money in the world to raise the standards of that place for it to become a dignified, humane system. And this was someone that worked there. Like, he probably doesn't benefit from, like, airing out their dirty laundry like that. Like, this is, it's bad. And this is where Luigi Mangione is going, and what thousands of other inmates have to deal with, whether they are...
Is it sedentary to not take walks, but instead run uphill when coming back from the train station? You need to be, like... That's good, but you need to be doing it for a longer period of time. Like, at least 30 minutes a day. If you're just doing it for, like, 5 minutes, I don't think that matters much. You're still sedentary, so yeah.
Guilty of their crimes or not while they await trial. We also need to talk about Brianna Boston.
Brianna Boston, a 42-year-old mother of 3, is facing charges that could derail her entire life, all because she expressed frustration with the health insurance industry. After a phone call with Blue Cross Blue Shield about denied claims, Boston ended the conversation with the now infamous words, delay, deny, depose. You people are next. These words, borrowed from national headlines about the corporate greed and systemic failures within the insurance industry, have landed her in jail with an outrageous $100,000 bond. Boston's comments stem from years of fighting an uphill battle with insurance companies, a struggle that many Americans, including myself, know all too well.
Bitch, we have to be living in a Black Mirror episode. Because how does 42-year-old
It is very
Brianna
Black
Boston, a
Mirror,
mother of three,
you know?
get on the phone with the insurance company Blue Cross Blue Shield just to discuss a denied claim? And those people give her the runaround, as we all know these insurance companies do. And at the end of it, she says, delay, deny, depose. You people are next. And the police are knocking at her door the same day, talking about she made terroristic threats for a mass shooting. Excuse me? Brianna don't even own a gun. Brianna ain't never been in trouble in her whole entire life. Her record is clean. She don't even got a speeding ticket. And yet they went to this lady's house and arrested her. What about the motherfuckers over the phone denying her claim? Ones that play with people's lives every day. All she said was karma is going to bite you in your ass, and she's absolutely right. Free Brianna Boston. She ain't did shit to nobody.
To me, I think it's very clear that the harsh treatment of Brianna Boston is meant to be a deterrent for anyone else challenging these healthcare companies or anyone else in power.
They
This,
made
to
an
me,
example out of
seems
her,
very clearly like a
which
scare
is
tactic,
really
like an
unfortunate.
intimidation tactic, and to try and keep people quiet. I don't think that it's worked. It's just made people more mad because, and I don't understand what they're not getting, because the more you do shitty things to regular people, the more that's just going to galvanize the working class against you. Like, they're just making it worse for themselves. This mother of three is going to be going to jail for 15 years.
Yeah, you need to at least get short of breath with physical exercise. Yeah, for like at least 30 minutes, you know, a day.
Years for basically like saying a threat over the phone. Do you know how many people in retail jobs have to deal with threats on a daily basis? But also I think it's very interesting how there are cases like domestic violence.
Okay, I was joking earlier, but the marked jiggle is really as effective as the key jiggle to retain attention. My cat is bobbing her head in sync. That is so cute. Oh my god.
Violence, for example, where someone will go to the
Makes
police
the
with
ADHD
credible
go burr.
evidence, like reports, either medical reports from being beaten or, you know, text messages
marks
of their
jiggle.
partner threatening to
You know?
kill them. That's never enough for police. You can have someone know your
I think
address,
because I'm walking too
know
fast
how to get
that
into your
I'm
house,
not.
know your family, know your
I'm
phone
barely
number, know where you
moving.
live, know all of these things. Know
Like,
your
my
comings
model
and
is
goings, where you
just
go to work,
jiggling
and that's
marks.
not enough.
But I'm not really
Police need
jiggling
something
as
to
much.
happen. Police, like the amount of people that end up dead because police did nothing, because their stalkers, their ex-partners, ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends, whatever, made real threats to their safety and their well-being. And police did nothing because there wasn't enough evidence.
Yeah.
But this woman who has no priors, this woman who's a mother of three, this woman who has never owned a gun before, that's the credible threat. That's the one that has to send
It's
you to
fucked
prison
up
for
because
15 years.
she's threatening the
Are you
billionaires, you know?
fucking kidding me?
Yeah, this guy keeps sending me death threats and voicemails and follows me everywhere. Can you please help me? Look, lady, we've been over this. Tell us when he actually kills you.
Yeah.
Till then, there's nothing I can do. Thank you for paying us for 20 years, but your claim has been denied.
Wait, please,
Goodbye.
What
You
the
people are next! Yeah, she was way out of line making a threat like that. But don't worry, folks, we got that dangerous criminal off the streets. That mother of three will never see your kids again.
I really hope that people are waking up
That's
to this.
literally
because
what
I feel
happened.
Like this, we
What the
can't
hell?
forget about this. We cannot. All right, we also got to talk about the drones in New Jersey. Amidst the loud opposition of the state and the
They
systems
fear
that
their
it protects,
long-range
drones,
guillotine.
enormous, like 6-foot-long drones, were recently spotted in New
An ex of mine literally abused me in numerous ways and almost killed me. And I had evidence, and he was a repeat offender with others on record. He spent 4 months in jail for all of that. Yet that woman is getting 15. Yeah, Jesus Christ,
Jersey
bro.
that apparently the government knows
Without
nothing
any
about.
priors,
In fact, they
too.
even
Holy
called
shit.
local legislators, local officials to
What the fuck?
address this because so many people were scared. Civilians were like normal people were like, what the fuck are these massive drones doing flying around New Jersey? And then didn't give them any credible information. They basically said that they knew nothing
Jesus Christ,
and that they
bro.
were looking into it.
And
When
also,
local officials
Daydream,
even
I'm
walked
so
out because
sorry
he was-
about your experience, though, but thank you for sharing. Holy shit. Are you safe from your ex now? Like, what the fuck? Only 4 months? Jesus Christ.
Like, this is a waste of my fucking time. They don't know anything.
I walked out because it was worthless. It was the biggest amateur hour presentation I've ever seen about anything. Okay,
Yeah, it's
it was
wild
ridiculous.
how
There were no answers.
little justice
Every
DV
question that was
survivors-
asked by
yeah.
a member of the state legislature, great questions, no answers, no resolution. They don't know where the drones are coming from. They don't know who's doing it. They don't know why they're doing it. But they say there's no credible threat. It was annoying to be there. I drove 2 hours to be here today. Spent an hour in there. I got to drive 2 hours back. The biggest waste of 5 hours in my entire life.
So why do you think they called this meeting?
No idea. Why would you call a meeting to tell people you don't know anything? And these guys are not doing the job they need to do to figure out what's going on. And that is the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the state police.
I escaped him in 2016. That's good to know. I'm glad.
They're saying no threat to Americans.
They're saying no threat, but how the hell do they know? They don't know anything. They don't know what it is. They don't know where it come from. They don't know nothing.
Okay. I want to remind everybody about the weather balloon that came through here that was apparently a secret
Sunday marks 1 year since a Chinese balloon was shot down off the Myrtle Beach coast. What? Why? Also, I have permanent injuries and PTSD from it. I'm so sorry. Are you getting treatment from it, though? Treatment for it, rather. Of course, the police won't help against abusers. Most police officers are abusers, especially to their wives and such. Yeah, they are. It's like asking why they won't arrest fascists. They'd be arresting themselves. Exactly.
Chinese spy camera, but it was a weather balloon that was shot down
pain
immediately.
management program. That's
that
good
was
to know.
one weather balloon.
I'm glad
Have we
you're
forgotten
safe
about the weather
now,
balloon?
and thank you
So
for sharing
if
your
these
story once again.
massive 6-foot drones are flying around civilian populations, then shoot it down.
Yeah,
Y'all shot
holy
down the
fuck.
weather balloon immediately. You didn't think twice. If you don't know what it is, shoot it down. That's your solution to everything. We certainly have the budget for it.
Yeah.
We live in a surveillance state.
What the fuck?
It's very clear that the government isn't worried about this. And if the government isn't worried about it, then it's probably government equipment, guys. So what do we need to do? Well, there are so many beautiful pieces coming together here, and I really hope that we don't take this momentum for granted.
Yeah.
While I don't
Yes.
personally condone violent actions, getting fucking loud and angry and nasty with these people in power and collectively saying, we're not doing this anymore, is powerful.
It
Especially
is.
when we have so many people on both sides involved. If they keep doing terrible shit, more people are going to get violent. Like, this is just the result of, this is the natural order, baby. I think it's important at this point to always remember who the real enemy is and why they benefit from us turning against each other.
There are way too many people in the comment section of my last video that are saying, oh, this is finally the time that we get them to choose the right side. No. No. If you're still thinking like that, you're going to fuck up this moment for everybody. The moment you become condescending, the moment you prioritize being the smartest one in the room and having chosen the right side, is the very moment you will lose them. Talk to them like they're people. Talk to them like they're people that you have something in common with, finally. Okay? Because right now, this isn't the moment to talk about, well, you should have chosen. No. I don't want them to trust parties. I want them to trust you. When the figureheads are too controversial to align behind, they're going to choose people. This is the time when you start planting those seeds of that trust of you. Not of the party, of you.
Yep.
And this is the time for y'all to not just take
That's
a
why
strong
it is how you organize, Ims.
look at what Republicans are
Meet
doing.
people where they are, you know? You don't debate. You understand. You sit them down, you know? I don't do that online because I don't think that there is anything that can be done online when it comes to that. Like, I don't debate online. But outside, you know, in the streets, because people, face-to-face conversations are different because, like, a lot of people would just hide behind anonymity. That's why they're so hostile. But a lot of these motherfuckers have, they can't say half of the shit that they're saying online. Okay, let's just say that. You know? So, yeah.
But also vocalize the failures of the Democratic Party when it comes to policy around healthcare. Because if healthcare is where you all agree upon, you all need to agree upon where the system is failing people.
Yeah.
I want you to take down these larger issues that you are seeing, synthesize them into moments that they can then look at in their daily lives. If you want to further class consciousness, that is the task.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a critical eye about the entirety of our system, not just Democrats versus Republicans, but how they work in tandem.
As Americans,
It goes beyond
have
the
a common
bipartisan, like argument at this point. If sometimes justice, when administered by men, sometimes shows compassion among themselves, and we see such sad cases. Yeah. I use what I learned from experience to help others now and connect people with resources. That is good. Thank you so much for what you're doing. They just killed innocent people off the coast of Venezuela the other day. Fucking hell, man. The military. What? Why, though? Dude deserves to get murked with hammers. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, Daydream Beyond. Thanks for sharing love and much support towards you. Yeah? Thank you so much for sharing to the chat. I'm gonna drive home, so I'm gonna just listen and lurk. I promise I'm a responsible adult. Thank you. Okay. Do not drive distracted, okay? You convert the people. I try to talk with people in my community that are different so I can show them our common humanity. Yes. And help them see that we are really not much different and are both wanting a better world. I try to help them see what we are, that we are all humans, yeah? And that's really good to know. Online is powerful platform for teaching, even if they just miss what's said today. Tomorrow they might get on our side. Exactly.
Pause. We can't go on like this anymore.
Mhm.
And I want to be clear too, you don't have to go back on or rewrite how you feel about certain social issues.
Yeah.
But this is the first time that both sides of the political spectrum have come together almost unanimously on an issue in like decades.
Yeah.
We need to take advantage of that because real change is already happening. The Blue Cross Blue Shield policy, that shit was fucking hilarious. They released this policy where they were going to put time limits on anesthesia. Then Brian Thompson got, murked in the streets. And they immediately went back on that policy.
So
Which is a
stupid.
real tangible result, guys. But at the end of the day, it's so much easier to fight the good fight when you're not struggling to make ends meet. If we can on any level redistribute wealth in this country or just make things more affordable, it's going to be so much easier for people to fight on social issues. And really the main thing is like having both sides see each other as people, I think is important. Allowing like right-wingers, for example, to like meet more people that have gone through similar trials and tribulations
Do
as
not
them,
let the
that are
right-wingers
trans,
get
that
to
are
them.
indigenous, that is going to do so much more. That's going to do so much more. Putting trust in people rather than having trust in systems and organizations is imperative.
Yeah.
Especially when these systems don't work. And any billionaires out there listening, violence is the reaction to be expected when peaceful protest doesn't work. We have seen it throughout history. This is the natural order of things. If you don't start listening to people, whether I say or not, violence is going to continue to happen. I can say all I want that I don't want people out there murdering. But if you don't listen to an entire country protest for years and years and years, when people suffer for the sake of profit and the only consolation they get for years of patronage is a rejection email and sometimes
That's
15 years
fucked
of prison, when peace doesn't work, violence is the language that people will speak. As I always say, history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does fucking rhyme. And if any CEOs are watching this video, highly unlikely, but if you are, have the day you deserve. As always, I have Rowan's GoFundMe linked below. She was supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bombed her home and her school out of existence. I also run a D&D campaign where the ad revenue goes directly to Palestinian families.
That's such a really
so by
cool
literally
idea,
watching
though.
D&D, you are helping the people of
That's so
Palestine. I
great.
have a playlist in the description and also in the right-hand corner. I also have a podcast. I don't know if you've listened to this podcast already. You absolutely should. There's some fucking banger episodes that I've put out that I'm really, really fucking proud of with my co-host. Gives like really cool educational presentations. But we also talk about fun things like fan fiction and movies and TV shows. Anyway. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves. Bye.
Okay. What's this one? Another CEO died and nobody's talking about it. This is 4 weeks ago. Let's see if this one is a lib.
Hello, ladies, gents, and everyone in between that. Let's talk about something that no one wants you to talk about. You guys remember a little while back when that one Italian fella who shares the same name as Mario's brother, who I can't actually name or YouTube will demonetize me.
Oh, for
which
real?
is already troubling in and of itself. But regardless, remember when you went and domed that one guy who really likes healthcare? And all the mainstream news sources were squelching their way out of the cracks, screaming, crying, and peeing their pants just a little bit over this whole situation. Like, why would anyone ever do this? I just don't understand. Why would they ever murder this guy when all he's ever done is deny people the necessary medical treatment that they need to survive, overcharge and overbill people on medical treatment, such as a case where they overcharge a college student $800,000 for a drug that he desperately needed to stay alive, anti-competition clauses where they push people to buy things from United Healthcare that they can't afford instead of buying it from companies that they can afford to stay alive into the future. It's really, the list goes on, and all of it just doesn't make sense to me. You know, why would they ever, it's just not.
What's that, everybody? Hold on. Let me just read the comments. A report also came out about how in 2019, SEAL Team 6 killed 3 Korean civilians trying to plant a bug on to intercept Kim Jong-un's moves. What? Today is teaching the commoners about theory, but tomorrow we shall reclaim our rights. If you come to brainwash people with compassion instead of just opposition, they are more likely to listen and be able to reach. That is true. But sometimes some people really are like far too gone, and those ones are lost causes, and you should redirect your energy to people who are on the fence. Because also you need to take care of yourself too. If you come to that doesn't change Change doesn't happen when all political sides find a common issue. No ideological clarity and specific goal. Movement fizzles out. That is true. That's what happened to what was that? The Wall Street protest in 2008, right? Occupy Wall Street. That was it. Yeah. That one fizzled out. Isn't it repeat? There are, of course, some that are too far gone though, but a lot of people are just following that random shit shown to them online. Yeah. Also, a lot of people who are working class do not have the luxury of self-introspection as much because they're too tired. You know, they have like 3 to 4 jobs. And it's understandable too.
He sounds like a great guy, real upstanding guy.
But it's not completely an excuse as well, you know?
I failed 3rd grade, by the way. Well, ever since that went down, I think they learned their lesson because something happened recently and no one is talking about it. Not
After Luigi, big corporate just went, hold up, they hate us? Yeah. The CIA entered China and got all the 20 agents killed because their covers got blown from 2010 to 2012. What the fuck? How the CIA is posting Twitter ads begging Chinese people to become spies. That is true. What the hell? The media already swayed the public against Luigi. They did? Yes, that is most important. Just handshaking with liberals and circumstantial alliances is dog water. Yeah. It's hot dog water.
Dole is talking about it. There are people mentioning it. There are people dancing around it a little bit, doing a little bit of maybe a tango, maybe some conga lines, but no actual discussion of the topic, and that is troubling to me. And I'm a petty bitch, so I'm going to talk about it to the furthest extent that I can. Guys, you hear about the shooting in Manhattan last week? Okay, let's rewind for a sec. Probably could have worded that a little better. Let's put a quick disclaimer before opening this video up. I'm not here to do the hokey pokey and turn myself around on the rotting corpses of the victims of this shooting. I have empathy towards the victims as well as the families of these victims. No one deserves that kind of treatment. No one deserves to die in a shooting, I think. Yeah, sure, I'll say that. No one deserves to die in a shooting. And so, of course, with that in mind, this video isn't to make fun of these victims. It's more to point at and wonder and put a little question mark above my head and yours as well as to why this is not being talked about. Something isn't being covered. Something isn't being talked about. And I managed to dig into it and figure out what I believe is the exact reason why. So let's do that. Let's do exactly what they don't want us to do. Let's talk about it. July 28th, 2025. A date that you should cement in your brain for like 3 seconds and forget about it. Didn't really matter. There was a shooting that happened in Manhattan that left 5 people dead, including the shooter Shane Tamura, as well as a NYPD officer, Didrul Islam. And that's the only information they gave us at first. They told us that the shooter had a history of mental illness, and that where it happened, and the fact that investigators have yet to determine a possible motive. And this article goes in detail talking about this guy was a 36-year-old New York police officer from Bangladesh, and how authorities have very few details about the 3 other victims killed by this suspect.
Yeah,
and
I think that was Blackstone,
first mistake, my dear ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between that. They didn't tell me what I wanted to know. And so I went and figured it out for myself. Hi, Editor Evan here. I don't think I made it very explicitly clear how much this was not being talked about in this part of the video. So I was looking up a bunch of articles to figure out who was a victim in this shooting.
Hello, Moen Gaming.
Granny was talking about it as if it was like, yeah, this cop was killed. And
welcome to the chat.
This
I'm
woman,
walking right now.
It's like, what do you mean, this woman? I felt like I was playing Ring Around
the
Rosie with the necessary information to answer my question. So you think I'm just gonna give up? I'm a petty bitch. I said that already. Tell me what I need to know. Anyways, back to the actual real me. Sorry. There was a victim, this other victim in the shooting that goes by the name of Wesley LePacker.
Yeah,
She's a 42-year-old Blackstone executive of a specific subsidiary of Blackstone that focuses on, the acronym is BREIT, Blackstone Real Estate Income Trust. They focus on real estate, and they are known as the largest landlord in the world.
Hey, can I get some Mao emotes in the chat? Let's get some Mao emotes in the chat, please. Mao. Get the Mao. Bust out the Mao. Where's the Mao? Let me look at my mouth. Hey. Yes. Come on. Get the Mao emotes. Mao. Did somebody say landlords? We gotta bust out the buoy.
Ahead of myself, let's talk about some of the more important information they gave to us at face value so we have all the puzzle pieces to put this together at the end. Let's talk about Shane Tamura. So this guy is a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you so much, chat.
The entire opposite side of the entire continent of the entirety of USA. You know, the USA is not a continent. You know what I mean? The entire other side of the country. This guy drove across the whole...
Red sun in the sky blasting on speakers. Exactly. In my own opinion, I don't think people are ideologically bipartisan. Was that? Ideologically aligned, because otherwise you have to accept that there's bipartisan, intellectualized opinion about a lot of horrible shit that happens constantly in the U.S., yeah. But it's awful, but it's willful ignorance, not stupidity. It's opium for the masses not to focus on the contradictions. Yeah, this is why we need to think dialectically and examine the primary contradictions of our time.
Whole country. He didn't fly. He drove with the intention of ending someone's life. But let's talk about his life over in Nevada real quick. This guy worked as a surveillance department employee at the Horseshoe Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, and he suffered from an injury. You saw that article talked about how he had suffered from mental illness in the past. Well, that was a result of chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Encephalopathy. It sounds like snuffleupagus. CTE, or also known as a concussion or brain damage, or the first three initials of that worm in RFK's brain. And so all of a sudden, people started putting the square in the square hole like toddlers in a daycare. Okay, so this guy had a concussion from doing high school football over a decade ago, mind you. And then he went to 345 Park Avenue in Midtown Manhattan.
Well, this is like 4 weeks ago, so yeah. I hope there will be more until the end of this year. I'm kidding.
Gosh, I'm starting to put pieces together. You know what else is at 345 Park Avenue in Midtown Manhattan?
Just kidding. I was
the
talking
NFL
about
headquarters.
the
Dad,
CEOs of
He wants to
Minecraft.
get revenge on big football. He wants to get big football back for the headache he's had for the past 10 years. Oh, okay. Yeah, that adds up. That makes some sense. And this isn't some sort of Matt Pat game theory I pulled out of my ass or heard from some netizens online from New York. This is from Eric Adams, the mayor who has never done anything wrong. Except for this one. Or this one. Or this one. Or this one. Or this one? Yeah, that.
Yeet
Weird.
the landlords, exactly.
But he sounds like a trustworthy guy. As long as you conveniently ignore the fact that 37-hour drive from Las Vegas to Manhattan could have been avoided
Mao
if
will
he just
put
took a
an
4-hour
end to the
drive from
problem
Las
of
Vegas to
landlords
Inglewood,
throughout
which houses the California NFL headquarters.
Hello from Russian and Ukraine. First time catch you online, Tio. Thank you. How are you doing, my good friend? They did it. They didn't get it because they deserved it. They got it because they put in the work to get shot. The Blackstone CEO, yeah. Yeah. She pulled her bootstraps and they got shot. On her own, you know. She did that herself. Dialectical materialism for the win. Exactly. With my military background, the things I could tell you about what the U.S. is doing is terrible. Oh, for sure. For sure. We just don't want you to get arrested, okay? Those are rookie numbers, you know. For legal reasons, that is a Minecraft, exactly. My partner is a veteran and has shared some stuff with me. It is wild. Yeah, I'm sure.
But just ignore that. That's not important. See, here's the thing.
I was in the Navy for 3 years. Oh, shit.
I'm sorry. See, one of the only big pieces
In
of
the
evidence
Navy.
that points towards people claiming that this is some sort of like...
I like that song. It's so gay. I love it.
I tripped and fell and killed a CEO situation
Blah, blah,
is
blah,
this
blah,
note
blah,
that they found. They call it a manifesto, but it was a sticky note in his pocket that says, CTE, study my brain. Which, for those of you that don't know, if someone has CTE, you can't diagnose them while they're alive. You have to do it posthumously.
Study my brain on me.
Humor? Is that like joke?
CTE.
Dead. You have to be dead.
Study
You have to be
my
dead. So you have
brain
to cut
on
your brain in
me.
half and look at the insides and be like, hey, well, that's weird. That screw is missing. Whoa, wait, hold up. Is that a mouse on a wheel in there? Like, they gotta actually take you apart to figure out for sure. And
That's
actually,
that's
one of
what
the
it's
interesting
called.
things that even
An
leans towards him knowing...
autopsy. And to think that the class divide is so huge that even most landlords are such as an extra income. Meanwhile, the big fish is just so big that they might not even see the face of people they rent. Exactly. During another ship's deployment recently, they were actively giving bombs to Israel. Yeah, of course, of course. That's why the Ansar Allah is blocking the Red Sea, you know? And that is a good thing. I'm kidding. In Minecraft. Shout out to my POS landlord for raising my rent 25% for no fucking reason. And now I have to move out. I'm so sorry, Platinum. What the fuck? And you're a medical doctor. Damn. You're literally, like, statistically speaking, one of the best paid people, like best paid professions in the world, being a fucking medical doctor. And you have to move out in your own apartment. That is fucking insane. Frito K, my coworker's joking that I have more rights in Ukraine than them. Yeah, damn, dude. Are you gonna be okay though being in Ukraine? You're not gonna get, like, you know, abused or whatever for being Russian? I'm sure there like still some animosity between, you know.
This as well is when he did end his own life, he killed himself with a shot to the chest with a rifle, which
I got myself
logistically
kicked
sounds
out
extremely difficult. But regardless
early,
of that, he clearly wanted his head to
honorably,
stay
of course,
intact
because
so that
I
people
could sell my
analyze it and see what
humanity
was
to the
wrong with it.
government. I'm
And
glad
that's
you're
when
out
people were
now,
like,
though.
okay, so clearly
That's good.
he wanted to go into the NFL area and he wanted to mess some MFs up and then be like, look at that, it's brain damage caused by the football, which NFL does football things, and so clearly this correlates. But
what the fuck? Okay.
I don't think that's true. Because if we really want to understand this story fully, we have to understand what Blackstone is as a company. And so, of course, let's talk about Blackstone. Now, I know, my dear viewer, you might have some alarm bells going off in your head right now. You might have some deja vu slowly encroaching over your brain and caressing the inner machinations of your mind, but it's not what you
I made more money as a video editor during COVID. What the fuck? What the hell?
It's not
Are you
Black
serious?
Rock. Black Rock
Jesus
are the people
Christ.
who own everything everywhere all at once. Good movie, by the way. Blackstone are the other people who own everything everywhere all at once. Still a good movie. You might have seen this graph before, how BlackRock owns things like Amazon, Microsoft, PayPal again, Nike,
Hell no.
Verizon, Exxon, Pfizer, CNN, and Fox News. Don't worry. No matter what bias your news has, it's coming from the same place. Things like Uber, Lowe's, for some reason,
PayPal.
Tesla,
Oh my
Netflix,
God, dude.
Facebook, everything.
Yeah.
They own it all. Halt! Evan, from the day this is being uploaded,
You guys
I
are
wanna add
getting
a quick
paid.
revision, a quick note. BlackRock technically doesn't own everything. That's an important note. My friend watched my video and was like, hey, Evan, you idiot, you nematode, you moron. They don't own everything. And a good example of this is they only have 6.6% of the stock in Amazon, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's still $703 million, which is more money than I've made in the past 3 hours. I'm a college student in debt. That was a joke. That was called a joke, a quip, a bit. I'm poor. Anyways, I know you might be thinking, like, oh, I got the Robin Hood app.
Don't we all? I'm so sorry. Shit Real was also got a weapon. Was also at a weapon convention in Poland recently as well. What the fuck? Yeah, all of the weapons that they're selling to everywhere are tested on Palestinians. Palestine is the testing ground for all of their war weapons. All of their war techs. It was tested all of that shit or tested on innocent Palestinian children. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it here. I fucking hate this planet. Holy fuck. Doctors are treated like shit in Russia and get pennies unless CEO of hospitals and shit. So not everywhere in the world medics are well. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. CEOs being liberated for their meat suits. Mass school shootings. President being a living corpse. The US government. Time to donate to Israel. Exactly. And also, Hash Kush, thank you so much for gifting Mega Omega a sub. And to Mimaldo as well. Thank you for the gifted subs. Made more. Shit's ass unless you roll the dice with private practice, yeah. Also, hello, Hash Kush. What Uber? Time to cancel my Uber Plus. Yeah. They use PayPal too. And I have no other ways to like pay my like other people, like the people that I commission apart from PayPal. I guess we could use Wise, but I think that's also under them. Yeah, you don't want to go there though, but BS in another sense. Poor economically, but rich educationally. Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't pay the bills, you know? It doesn't pay your rent and food. Doctors need to live too. Much like artists cannot survive on fucking exposure, bro.
I don't care. I can invest too. I guess we're on the same playing scale, right? Do you have billions of dollars in your pocket? No, I didn't think so. So,
Yeah.
like, the whole idea is BlackRock pushes around trillions of those things, of those doubloons. And the whole idea is they
Doubloons.
put just enough money into a lot of the major companies in the world that they have sway in the decisions these companies make. Boeing wants to make planes that don't crash. Come on, you know BlackRock doesn't want that. We're killing you now. Amazon wants to make a TV show that's good. BlackRock doesn't want that. You're dying now. Fox News wants to tell the news. You know BlackRock doesn't want that. We're killing you now. Lowe's finally makes
Bruh.
jeans that fit my fat, voluptuous ass while also fitting my legs comfortably. No, you can't do that. BlackRock doesn't want that, so we're killing you now. You're going to die. This is
Bruh,
referred
what
to as
the
a
fuck?
private equity firm, which, in my friend Joey's words, a PE is what happens when people with a shitload of money use that money to get even more money.
It's truth. Neurosurgeons in Russia paid 1,000 to 1,500 per month in entry level. What the fuck? Pretty much other medical personnel with degrees had $500 to $1,000 per month. Medics without higher degree paid minimum $200 to $500. That is insane. That is what? Slave wage. What the fuck? Hi everyone. Hope you all are having a good day. Hello, Kami. The U.S. has been Israel's first since the late 60s when they killed off JFK. You can deliver more missiles and explosives to Israel by just dropping those on them from above. I reaffirm my hatred and refuse to recognize Israel as a state or as human. Yeah. Uber is sending their drivers' information to ICE, by the way. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? When we'll start hijacking armored trucks? Do you mean in Minecraft? In GTA 5, okay. Alright. We're hijacking armored trucks in GTA 5. I would thank my past landlords for having me and my family move out for overcharging and low-key harassment, but I wouldn't have bought a house and pay less rent so fuck them. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad you have a house now. Anyway, that's how I lost my medical license? What? TF2 medic. Okay. Also, the U.S. has always wanted to be a fascist nation. I mean, what do you mean have always wanted? It's always been a fascist nation. With the democracy paint coat, the Nazis were in the way of their plan and really realized with war they could make big money, so they were creating and or funding wars so they can put more money in their own pockets and the billionaires and continue to be a major problem. What the U.S. needs is another revolution, but I don't think we will get to that point. Yeah, the masses are asleep. Where do you think the fascists got their ideas from? Literally, Hitler was inspired by Jim Crow. I am on 1.7K a month, so that's not that bad. What the but you're a doctor, what the hell?
It's like the mafia. Except the funniest part to me is that BlackRock and companies like BlackRock, these private equity firms, normally only make like a 1 to 2% increase in their
Go back
earnings
about
off of
400
this
years
shit.
and it
They
really started
ruin
there,
companies every year by threatening them with excruciating amounts of debt
That's
if these
true.
companies don't make BlackRock more money for a 1 to 2% increase in income. Like, you ever notice how Netflix subscriptions are getting more expensive? Or you ever wonder where the $5 footlong went? They killed the $5 footlong, dude. Are you kidding me? The $5 had a slogan and a nice song and everything. And they murdered
$5
it. It's
foot
all
long.
BlackRock and Vanguard and all these private equity firms
Uh-uh.
fighting and ruining everything for a very minimal increase in income. They're just a bunch of rich people pushing money around so they can kind of just barely skirt by the law and get richer. or be sort of the same amount of rich. Great. It's awesome. I love that. I love that that happens. There is no corruption in America. There is no Warren Bossing say, and there are no Epstein files. Help me. Anyways, go back to the actual video. I mean, you're on it, but get
not
yeah,
the
and, of course,
$5
that's Black
foot
Rock.
long.
Now, Black Stone. Now,
I remember the Nazis based their ideas on a book on some African American who was the first to introduce that pseudoscience race supremacy shit. Was it an American or European? The phrenology thing, you know?
What sounds
the
very
cranium,
similar to Black Rock,
the size of
actually
your
used to own Black Rock
skull.
too. So don't worry, your confusion is warranted.
Johnny
They're actually almost
Silverhand
the
was
same thing.
right,
But Black
man.
Rock was the financial
yeah.
sector of the over-encompassing Black Stone.
Meanwhile,
Stone.
Costco and Arizona CEOs increasing prices in this economy. Oh, he
the
was
bigger
American.
one. Rocks are tiny. Should be called Black Pebble or something. But then there's Black Stone is the big one.
The phrenology
and
guy?
They do more than just invest. See, just investing in a bunch of things that we use every single day so they can profit off of every human on the planet, that's a bunch of malarkey. That's not enough for them. They have to own all the things that we put our hands on too. Hi, Evan from same day of upload. Independent fact checkers, being my big fat ass, said, yes, this is true. They actually do own everything. It isn't like BlackRock with the investing. They own it. They actually own it. You'll see. It's actually horrifying. And I would just list them all off, but I'm that bitch and I bring those receipts. So let's talk about the 2008 financial crisis. Remember that? Because I don't. I was 6. But there was a whole thing that went down. There was a big financial crisis, one of the biggest financial disasters since the Great Depression is what they called it. And of course, what happened was since a bunch of people didn't have any more money and couldn't pay for things, they lost their houses. A lot of people lost their houses. And Blackstone decided, you know what? God damn, that's so sad. Let's make some money. And they decided to buy up a bunch of homes. There's one website talking about the fact that Blackstone was one of the first private equity firms to begin buying foreclosed homes in the wake of the financial crisis. There were many properties that were distressed and cheap, and Blackstone took advantage of the 2008 foreclosure crisis by buying these types of homes.
Tissue from an old diabetic guy's leg on... Was that? Lidocaine definitely made me rethink how much I should get paid for doing this. Jesus Christ, dude, you had to do that? Damn. I'm pretty sure Nazi racial theory was based on English civilization theory. I find it funny how with the Minnesota shooting that happened, they try to blame trans people instead of the individual and want to ban trans for owning guns. All because of one person. This administration wants to strip rights from certain... Of course they do. I mean, at this point, really? I want that lemon shirt. That style is deadly. I need. Yeah, the lemon shirt is fire, though.
And they bought 48,000 of them from 2012 to 2016. Blackstone had $210 billion of assets under management as of the end of 2012, making it the world's largest alternative asset manager. Or as this website refers to him as, the largest commercial landlord in history.
Damn.
In history? Weren't there, medieval kings that owned countries? What do you mean the largest landlord in history? So if you've ever wondered for a second why you're unable to own or afford homes anymore, wow, there it is. But don't worry, we're just scratching the surface. Care to join me for more? See, I guess during COVID, the devil from the Bible was feeling a little silly and decided to allow Blackstone to buy Team Health.
What?
Yay! Health people. That's good. Let's get into the health insurance business. They decided to acquire Team Health, which is a company that outsources doctors and medicine to hospitals in need. What?
William
During
Z. Ripley and
COVID?
Samuel
When
George
they had a
Morton were the
shortage of
cornerstone of these racist ideals. Yeah. A murderer played video games. Video games have violence in them. Prohibit them immediately. Russian government.
Doctors and medicine.
Yeah.
That's outstanding news. And so basically what happened was instead of this company now focusing on helping people, it was focusing on making a profit, which resulted in ER doctors being randomly pulled off of insurance so that if you had a surgery, you randomly had to pay an extra $30,000 for the funsies, I guess, as well as various random medical bills being added onto a lot of your purchases, as I said, for the funsies, I guess. So now you know why if you go into a hospital and end up having to spend $800 for an ibuprofen, lo and behold, there it is again. Ain't that a bitch? Another really notable one that I found interesting is they also bought up tons and tons of nursing homes, which has resulted in an extra 20,000 Americans dying as a consequence because they just started cutting staff and cutting funding because it wasn't making a profit. Clearly, there wasn't enough money being funneled into this business, so they had to start killing old people. And if that somehow doesn't piss you off enough, remember how malls used to be colorful and unique and diverse? Because I don't. I was born in 2002. But still, they used to be unique
Damn.
and interesting looking. Every store had a different design. Everything looked fun. It was a hangout spot. I guess you could watch a Stranger Things Season 2 episode if you really want to get a taste of it. But, like, they all used to be really unique. And then Blackstone thought, that's stupid. That's dumb and I don't like it. And they bought all the malls up and they made them gray and boring.
Yeah,
and
I
like
hate
the
that.
interior of a doctor's office to appeal to the general public. Isn't that great? They killed art. Even Hitler liked art. You're worse than Hitler. That admittedly is a bit of a stretch. But anyways,
I really hate the millennial gray. What the fuck? There's no like character or body or warmth to it. It's just dead. It's like a morgue, you know? You know, it's giving morgue, okay? The millennial gray is a morgue, you know? It's super nice to meet someone with similar political views. You are just like my high school buddy, both sharing very similar views, so it's nice to talk to someone about these important things. That's good to know. BlackRock buying houses really ruined the chance for young adults to buy home. Yeah, for real. Nobody can buy like homes anymore. Like people are renting forever. Damn, you are a surgeon and a Fallout fan. Yeah, for real. Muscalby CEOs for funsies in Minecraft. Yeah. Politicians find it very easy to blame video games rather than neglect and their own poor choices. Of course, they always have someone to blame. Hi, Beauty. How are you? Hello, Petersburg lover? A Petersburg lover. Okay. You're from Petersburg, I guess. Surgeon for Fallout prep. Quit reminding me of my age. There are people all across the world with these ideals. The media just doesn't put the spotlight on us too much. Welcome, yeah, that's true. I blame Blackstone for canceling My Name is Earl. Is it a movie? Or is it a show, rather? Imagine having enough knowledge and technologies already that we could genetically modify humans so they would almost never need hospitals because they've got great regeneration. But USSR, the only state that would make it and give it for free is gone. Yeah, that is such a bummer. You're aged like fine wine. Blackstone is a cause of inflation in the US, yeah. Millennial gray is just brutalism nostalgia. But without the utility to it.
This video was about a shooting. I almost forgot. Let's talk about Shane Tamura. Let's tell his whole story now with the Blackstone shenanigans in mind. Shane Tamura was born in Hawaii and grew up in Las Vegas, Nevada. And in 2015, he was a football player in high school. 2015, by the way, note that down. The year of Hotline Bling and Left Shark from the Katy Perry Super Bowl halftime show. 2 years before Vine even considered shuffling off this mortal coil, Shane started experiencing strange, inexplicable headaches. As he grew older, he tried various different ways to solve this problem. He visited countless doctors, had MRI scans, neuropsychologist visits. He got some injections in the back of the head. He probably dabbled in voodoo for all I know, but he was trying to figure out a way to solve these inexplicable, painful headaches. And he, of course, got into trouble because, the average mentally disturbed gentleman is going to have this happen, especially because he's, a concussion is going to permanently alter your brain chemistry. And so he got two different visits to inpatient, as well as he got kicked off of the grounds of a casino for trying to fight the security because they wouldn't give him his winnings. I don't even know why they reported on that. I guess they were trying to be like, he's unstable. Look, he's going to shoot people because he's unstable. But it was part of the story, and so I wanted to give it to you guys as well.
It's part of the narrative.
At some point in his life, he decided to take the, as I said, 37-hour drive from Las Vegas to Manhattan, New York.
2015 is
the wrong
10 years
place,
ago. That's true.
Because oopsies. Because oopsie daisies. I mean, you see how something doesn't really make sense here? See how something is not adding up? It's almost like, I don't know. There was a lot of medical tourism to the USSR from Europe due to affordability and quality of care. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Another Luigi
That's still also similar to Cuba,
situation, but they don't want that getting out, so they decide to cover it up and make him seem just crazy, bonkers, insane instead of making him an actual targeted attack. I don't know, though. We really don't know. And the fact that everyone involved is no longer alive means we really will never know. But I wanted to make sure you guys knew that this even happened, because it seems like they really wanted us not to. And I like to, as I said, be that bitch. So I hope you enjoyed this.
Year 10 was
strange and
2,500
relatively
years
serious
ago.
video.
Okay.
I apologize
All
if
right,
there weren't
my
enough
bad.
Google giggles out of this one, but I hope you enjoyed it regardless. And of course, if you did, like the video and subscribe if you're new. And comment down below if you really have any interesting input or think I missed some information. But I tried to cover everything. I spent like 4 hours researching everything just nonstop today because I found this just so interesting. Something is not right, and I'd love to figure out one day. But for now, I'm gonna go. Thank you for watching, and as always, adios, arrivederci, goodbye, good night, and I don't know, get out.
Okay. Alright, so what else do we do? Oh, yo, imps, I hit my 10k steps. Woo! I have 10k steps. Yay! Alright, maybe I should stop now. So I can cool down while wrapping up the stream. Hold on, let me just put away my I'm gonna put away my treadmill, my walking pad. I will be back. Oh, yo, Adorn, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Let's go. Whoop, whoop. I will be back, though. BRB, I need some water, and I think you should, too. You should hydrate, imps. Like me. I'm gonna be back. Okay. I am back. Let me just... What happened to my model? Okay, right. Nice. I am back here. I am back here. Woo! I'm in a good mood for now, probably. So let's get back. While it's hot, let's go! Thank you so much, Adorn. Also, Charioteer, thank you for the cheered bits. 3 a.m. Mana has to make an online purchase. Nah. To be fair, it's still 12:48 p.m. in my side. Okay, so just a reminder. Mana potions, old grimoires. What would save the world? Are we mages? Yes. Look, your mood will improve. Hold on, let me see. What is this?
I see the world through.
Oh, okay. It is the dialectical fire, the red. This is Mark's. Unfortunately, though, this is AI generated, so let's not support AI stuff. Like, let's actually support musicians and artists. Okay. I get your point though, but like let's just support like real human artists, okay? Can you draw, Mana? I can draw a little bit, but I'm out of practice, you know. Hold on, let me show you my the stuff that I used to draw. Hold on. Let me just show you real quick. I used to draw philosophers. So hold on, let me just dig them up. I'm gonna dig up my shit. What's that again? Where the fuck are my shit? Wait, I used to have them. What the fuck? Where are they? Which I forgot which email I sent them in because it would just those are just like scans of like stuff that I used to draw. Hold on, wait. I actually learned how to animate just to like do some shit. Hold on. It was in my old server. Hold on. Let me just get it back. Where's the old Mana server? It was my doodle abominations. Hold on. Let me show you this. So I don't know why I did this, but I just wanted to try to see if I could, you know? So I did this. I don't know if I showed this to you guys, but I like some of you who saw me like made my doodle abominations might have seen this before, but you know. Dun, 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 dun. Yes. Look at it, imps. I animated this shit. I learned how to animate for this. Yes. But I'm lazy and I didn't follow up, so that's the extent of my animation skills. Do you like it? I just watched Pompoko for the first time recently. Oh yes. Yes. I showed you guys Pompoko as well, right? They literally use their balls as like parachutes, okay? Or carpets too. You have a ball for me. Yeah. You have ball for me that literally, yes. I literally learned how to animate just so I could do this. Like this was my motivation. Like let me see if I can do something. Like if I could really do it, then I did it. For the most nefarious reasons. Yeah. There you go. You ask if I could draw? Let me one up that and say that I learned how to animate this one. This masterpiece right over here. I learned animation for uni, did rotoscope for my assessment. Not fun. Yeah, exactly. Do it for fun, like I did. Folkloric teabagging. Raccoon dogs. Yes. The scrot wing. Who drew the imps emojis? It was banana based. That drew the in the melons. These ones. Yeah, we have a clapping now. See that? I'm so happy that we have a clapping stuff now. And I think it was Chiratier who also requested that we get the clapping emojis. So I requested Banana Base to do that. Yeah, Banana Base is really like my go-to animator, emote animator when it comes to like imp stuff. Yes. Hold on. Let me show you another one. Okay, so let's remove the cursed Tanuki animation. Okay, like yeah. And let me show you this one. Oh, let me see. Let me show you. I got the thirsty imp. Ah Sheesh. It's a fuckboy imp. Some say it's cursed, but it's actually a blessing. Okay. Not as cursed as the Tanuki USB drive, okay? Alright. Yeah, I mean, all of my animation are just like not wholesome. They're all cursed. It's a fuckboy imp. Why does this remind me of Chris? Oh. No, Chris is actually asleep right now. It would just I will send him this clip later. So did you know that one of my imps said that why does this fuckboy imp reminds me of Chris? Oh my god. Hold on, let me check out all of this shit that I made before. I made a turtle. Hold on. What the fuck? I made a lemon turtle. Speaking of lemons, Zetter. Let me show you a lemon turtle. There you go. Why are we here? Just to suffer. It's more of like an existential lemon turtle, okay? I have to get a target on my back from now on. I love your animation. It's gold. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how to do it anymore because that was like years ago, like when I started like the VTubing thing. And it just dropped the ball. I just stopped drawing because everything got hectic. So maybe I should start drawing again. Can't write Chris without Riz. You suffer, but why? Yes. Chris. You guys are literally just. He must be. Chris must be like sneezing in his sleep right now because you guys are just talking about him nonstop. Turtle Corner is new. Yes. He's sad. He's a sad turtle. Depresso lemon turtle. What else was I making? Holy fuck. Oh yeah. I made it because I made the tanuki because I needed something to like to like do for like to like advertise my memberships, like my YouTube memberships. So I made this. The base for that. Hold on. Is it a convincing like ad for my memberships, my YouTube memberships? Should I bring it back? Membership these nuts, bro. Hello everyone, just got from my birthday celebration. Did I miss anything big? Nothing much, but happy birthday, Ammonium. How old are you now? You don't have to say your age, but I'm glad it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Furry stonks go up. This is so cursed. 10 out of 10. It is very, very convincing. Okay, nice. 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 Subscribe. Subscribe to me. You see, even the Mark's body pillow is cheering for joy, you know? He's just there, being happy that you guys are subscribed to me. Now give him a hat with a red star. Oh, yeah! Hold on. Maybe I can. By the way, Mana, I received the sweatshirt and t-shirt from the giveaway. I love it. Thank you. Let's go! Oh, yeah, you're one of the winners. Hey, let's go, let's go. Which shirt did you get? Did you get the the logo? Or the workout one, the workout tank and shirt. The evil wizard Mana is laughing at the suffering of capitalism. I would buy that on a shirt. What? I don't think the file is big enough for it to be printed like properly. It's gonna be so cursed because see it's super pixelated. Oh my god. I turned 17. Wait, you were 16? What the hell? You were under like you're still underage though, but like what the hell? I thought it, like you were an adult, Ammonium. I had no idea you were a teen. You're a fetus. Oh my god, what? Ammonium is a fetus. Alright, Tovarishmana. It's late here, so I think I'll go. I want to sleep more on my only free day. Glad to see the comeback, and I hope you are here to stay. Also, check VK if you can, please. Oh, yes, I will try. I can't promise anything, but because I am always dying. Like, Mark, I'm just trying to like manage my time because you know as you know I've been lifting like 6 days a week and sometimes it's just so hard to like be online all the time, you know? Like, I can't be online a lot because, like, I need to recover from my workouts, you know? It's just so hard. But I'm glad that you guys dropped by. I am so happy that we are so back with our with our eating the rich session. Not really eating the rich, more like we want to fertilize the earth with the rich. I'm kidding. It's only on Minecraft so that we can grow flowers. You know, we need good fertilizers because I want to have a garden. Like Samwise Gamgee, I want to have a garden. I'm a gardener, you know? Like I love gardening. And in order for you to produce like wonderful flowers, we need to have good fertilizers. And you know, what better way to fertilize the ground than with the rich? A garden fertilized by the CEOs, you know? A garden fertilized by the ashes of CEOs. Wood chippers ready. I've got a wood chippers ready. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta build a garden. It's a communist garden, you know? With red roses. If we want nature to do its job and turn CEOs into a fertilizer in Minecraft, yeah, we can do that. Thank you for the stream, Manana. Thank you, Timeout Seeker. I've had a head full of hair. Balding doesn't exist in my family. That's good. I feel old. I am only 25, but the Navy made me feel 40. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I'm glad you're out of the Navy. That's for sure. I was looking forward to this one. I'm glad you were still on. Thank you, Yusin. Good day, bonsai need good fertilizers. Not gonna deny. Exactly. Bonsais are very specific. Some bonsais only want billionaires as their fertilizers, or they won't thrive, you know. So we must cater to the bonsais. The 4-hour mark. Yo, we are on a 4-hour mark, and it's still like 12 a.m. So I think I'm gonna go to sleep because I have to work out tomorrow. Okay, so I'm gonna work out tomorrow and get my steps in, and then record. Okay, I need to record because, you know, as much as I like doing the short covers, I also need to do my full covers. Okay, so watch out for that, for the full covers. And also I'm gonna be posting some what do you call this, like a sneak peek of my next covers in the membership membership post on YouTube. So if you're interested in looking at the art, the sketch of like my upcoming covers, yeah, I'm gonna post it after this stream. So because I literally just got the update for them from my artist today, so I'm pretty excited about that, you know. So look to that, look for that in my YouTube posts for the members, the memberships. I gotta give something to the members, you know, because I haven't been streaming as much, so you know, we gotta give back to the community. It was a good stream, man. Thank you, Human Shrek. Minecraft getting immersive. You know, right? We should do that, I think. She's getting too powerful. I'm on my life. Hello, Alex. My Minecraft bonsai wants Bezos fertilizers. Wow, that's a special Minecraft bonsai. I would like to personally thank you, Manana, as an unemployed person, for allocating your time for our entertainment and carefulness. GL with the musics, yeah. Thank you. Imagine making songs about fertilizing CEOs. I actually wrote a song. I think I showed you guys the Power Violence song. I already finished that. I just need to record it, you know. But the art is already finished too. So, yeah, look forward to that because I will be referencing some stuff. And that it would be good. I think you guys are going to like it. It's literally merging my politics and you know, politics and music. Yeah, that's just the way I like it. Yeah, I know that sometimes I separate it because like, you know, the algorithm in the YouTubes is just fucked up, you know. So we gotta kind of like separate the posts sometimes. But at least with my song, with the power violin song that I wrote, Chris and I wrote it, by the way. I wrote the lyrics and stuff. But yes, that would be like the amalgamation of my politics and my music together. Yeah, they can't stop me because I have the skills to do it. The only thing that's stopping me is myself because I have so much backlogs. My only enemy is me. There's like 1 billion songs about redacting landlords, so yeah, that's true. For me, it's more of like an anti-imperialist song. I remember you randomly popped in my Spotify when I was on deployment, and I was amazed by your vocals. Hella sick. Oh, yo, let's go. It's so ironic that you found me during your deployment, and then I'm extremely anti-imperialist and anti-U.S. military. I'm glad you're out though. So you know the evils of the what do you call this, the group, or not the group, like, but like the institution that you just got out of, you know. Come on, Mana playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The way she merges politics and music. Welcome in. Kill your locals. On Minecraft, subliminal messages to corrupt the youth. The youth, yes. And hello, June. June is using the emotes. Hello, June. Are you doing okay? How is the June? How's the June doing these days? Yeah. June is like buried in work. At least I have, like, you know, the luxury to just pull back a little bit from online shit, but he doesn't have a choice because that's his job. You know? To be like, you know, be in front of the computer a lot. So yeah, I hope June is doing okay these days. June subbing is like government paying. Exactly. It his subscription is just going to his payment anyway. You cleanse my mind from imperialism. Let's go! If I get one mind to change, like if I've got one person on the fence changing their ways from serving imperialists to becoming an anti-imperialist and joining my political streams, and I think I'm doing a great job. I have done my work here. Goodbye, imps. I'm gonna see you in 2 months. I'm kidding. No. I think I'm gonna stream a lot more because I feel like I found the balance. So I actually want to watch Cheburashka. So let's watch Cheburashka together, imps. Are you down for a Cheburashka stream? Cause you know, like, fucking Labubus are so famous now. I actually got myself a Cheburashka keychain so that I could just, like, you know, it's like my charm, my lucky charm to, like, not get into the Labubu shit, you know. I mean, I don't even find the Labubus appealing, you know. So, but if you like a Labubu, yeah, just like what you like, to be honest. But it's just, you know, the people that I see on TikTok that are so obsessed with the Labubu collection, like, it's just overconsumption with no point, you know. Like, there are so many children that could benefit from this, you know. Like, less fortunate children that could benefit from, like, donating Labubus or whatever, you know. But it's just going into the dumpster for some people. Like when they get tired of their Labubu collection, right? It's kind of, fucking so wasteful. Labubu, they seem cursed to me. But then I remember I'm here, so I don't judge them. Cheburashka. Yeah, I have like I wanna watch like Cheburashka. I was already anti-imperialist, but you pulled me to communism. Oh, let's go. Yeah, that's the point. It's incremental. So if you're already like an anti-imperialist, but wait, there's more. It's like an infomercial. Tired of being just an anti-imperialist? You want to have change? You want to completely overhaul society? Then I may have a solution for that. It's called communism. Clickbait Labubu collector with title. Yeah. I think Cheburashka. I said Cheburashka is like the communist anti Labubu. Because it literally is. Cheburashka is it's a Chikami baby. Corrupting the minds of children to spread communist values. I must corrupt your minds with Cheburashka. With anti-Labubu values. What the fuck is Labubu? It's I can't even explain. Like it's a keychain of like a plushie that looks like monsters from like where the wild things are. To fuck Labubu, Cheburashka forever. There are some cute Labubus though, but I just don't want to spend money on that because it's a trend. You know? If you really genuinely like Labubus though, like go ahead, you know? But just be mindful of what you consume, you know? Make sure that you're actually going to use it and not just like sit and collect dust. Because you bought it because of hype, you know? Mana is I am a proud owner of the one and only Cheburashka Labubu. You know the Labubu lady was like, I have a 24 karat gold, the one and only. One more time. Let me do that one again. Once again. I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. What is Cheburashka? It's the better Labubu, okay? I have a Death Stranding fragile tape flight tag and a Turbo Granny as my backpack charms. Well, you know, if you like Death Stranding, and do you know Shoto Chris Music? He's coming out with a Death Stranding theme song. So he wrote something with another vocalist that has something to do with Death Stranding. So I actually helped conceptualize the illustration for that. So watch out for that. It's gonna be really good, you know. He 100% does. The dude that started Pop Mart is like the richest person from his hometown, and it eclipses over Mattel, if I recall correctly. Damn. You know what, guys? I got an email that like, you know, wanted me to like do like a video like a sponsorship video from like Pop Mart, and I saw like Labubus and I'm like, the fuck? I ain't doing that shit, you know? So I actually got that email. I didn't know that it was Pop Mart. I just saw Labubu and I'm like, it sounds like a scam. But I actually checked it and it was like a legit Pop Mart, you know, like a Pop Mart like influencer email. Like they wanted to like give me like a PR package of Labubus, and I'm like, I ain't doing that shit, bro. The fuck, you know? Yeah, I could get some money, or like I could get like something out of it, but like that's not reflective of my values. The fuck. I ain't selling Labubus to my community. Fucking hell, bro. Like, you know, like I could have sold my soul, and I could have, you know, earned thousands of dollars at this point in my VTubing slash V singing career, but I did not want to do it. So, you know, I don't want to do that shit, man. It's hard. I know, like I'm it's easy to like just sell your soul, to just sell your values and just, you know, cash in, but you cannot take you cannot take your soul back. You know, it's it's a Faustian bargain. Okay, I ain't doing that shit, bro. Once you're in that like loop, you're beholden to like corporations. You can't say anything anymore. Once all of your like livelihood is like from that, like from just lying to your audience, you know. Once that happens, you can never get out of that loop, you know. Cuz now that is your like content creation, like is your full-time job now. So you got to start lying to people, you know, in order to keep and get that bag, you know. So yeah, like communists are not gonna be rich. I ain't gonna be rich doing this shit, you know. I would earn some money and I would be comfortable if, you know, like people would keep on supporting me, but not to a level of like top streamers or top like V singers or top VTubers, you know. I would never get to that point because I simply cannot. I simply have a lot of conflicts of interest, you know, against corporations. And a lot of corporations would see me as a brand risk naturally because I don't like CEOs, you know? The fuck? I would only consider it if it's like there's some like something mutual, like, you know, it's something that I would like to, like for example, like I did Reverse 1999 because I like the song and I like the game. So I did it. But like other than that, like other proposals that I've gotten so far is just like shilling shit that are not even related to my to what I do. Like what the fuck? Why would I do this and it's not even related to my shit, you know? It could have been easy money, but nah. But the thing is also I'm starting to think about like maybe picking up a little bit more sponsorships because of like, you know, I'm just gonna use the money that I get from sponsorships to like donate to my friend. You know what I mean? Because that's literally what I did for my Twitch, like you know, my Twitch fundraising, like for my Twitch subathon. I just gave all that money from to my friend so that he could help other families in Gaza, you know? So it's still important to get money. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, we all need money under capitalism, right? Like, this is why I'm not quitting my job. I still have a day job, you know, and I have this job. So I literally have 2 jobs, you know? So we can't function in this society under capitalism without money. Like, let's just not, you know, let's not deny that, right? And that's why, like, I work hard so that I don't need to, like, be completely like at the mercy of corporations, that I have to take sponsorships that are against my will, that are against my values, right? And because of that, like because of you guys' support, I could keep on doing this. So I really appreciate that you guys showing up. And like even if you don't like donate, like it doesn't like really, like the fact that you are showing up to my streams is just, that's like already a big support for me. And even more if you could have like a something to spare, you know, like for like the subscriptions. But that's not really like, you know, like I don't want you to like subscribe to me while you are financially struggling. Only do that if you have something to spare, right? I always remind everyone to not, you know, like prioritize me when it comes to your finances, right? Like I will be okay. You know, the worst thing that could happen is I would go back to like working 5 days again, you know? And that's just like the precarity of the music industry and the precarity of like content creation, right? Not everyone is gonna become a Mr. Beast, you know, because in order for you to become a Mr. Beast, you would also start, you know, exploiting other people. And if that's not just how I work, I could never get to that point, you know. So I would never become a Mr. Beast, unfortunately, or fortunately, because I don't want to have that Faustian bargain. Like again, I told you, Mana, you communist? Yes, I am. Did the Marx Ducky give it away? I'm exactly like I'm literally my body pillow is literally Karl Marx. Have you noticed? Thank you for noticing. Sup gamers, Comrade Cat. Hello Bussy Baka and also Typhus. Typhus. Thank you for subscribing. I may be new to your community, but I find you super cool. So I would love to help out in any way. Okay. Thank you so much, Moen. I really, really appreciate you all. I will support you. This year has not been the best, but hopefully everything will improve. I'm so glad that things are looking up for you, Galyasito. But you know, like just chill, okay? Like don't overspend. You know, that's not how it works. Like the fact that your presence is here, your presence is enough, okay? So if the only thing that you could do to support me is to play my songs while you're like, I don't know, out and about or walking, touching grass, that's enough, you know? For me, it really is. As a musician, like me being part of your playlist, like daily playlist, is such a great honor. Like I've never imagined like, you know, being when I was like a young 14-year-old punk just starting to learn like how to scream and shit, you know, or start writing like hardcore punk songs. I never imagined in my life that I would even reach to this point where I have like people putting my songs in their playlist. Like that's such a far out shit, you know? I didn't even imagine that people would like even listen to me in the first place, let alone put me in their playlist, like so that they can listen to me on the daily. That's insane to me. Like if I spoke to my, if I told everything like that's happening in my life right now to my 14-year-old self, she would not believe me, you know? So I'm really just like, nah, you know, I'm the fact that I'm here. You know, I'm not like I don't have the biggest following. I don't have the biggest audience, but I love you guys because you are genuine. You know, like I could never trade like my community for anything. For anyone's I don't like I'm more of like a quality versus quantity kind type of person. When it comes to like my personal interpersonal relationships, it goes the same for my community, you know? Like my audience. Like I would rather have this than have like say like 1 million subscribers and then like everyone is an ass, you know? Like what the fuck? Speaking of Dakis, is the Bill Murray Daki an asset you can use? Yes, it is. Hold on. I will use it soon though. Like it is an asset that I can, cuz it is I made it, you know? Because this is like a live 2D asset that you can edit out. So you can edit anything. You can put Lenin. You can put whatever. I just got lazy, and like you know did not like make Dakis for the other revolutionaries. But maybe I should. So we can make a Lenin day, a Mao day. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Let me just read your comments. I will, let's see. Just assume that that was your grandpa. Mana, you're very cool, Milo. Okay. Thanks, Alex. But communism killed 10 billion people. iPhone, Vuvuzela, human nature. Yes. Communism is when no iPhone. Speaking of yeah, okay. All of the class, exactly. We listened to some of your music yesterday and Larry's. Yo, how is Larry doing though? And my prayers go out to your friend and his family and the other Palestinians because they don't deserve the pain and suffering they are dealing with from the fascist tyrants. Exactly. And because of you guys, I'm because of your support, I'm able to like allocate a budget. Like every month I allocate a budget for my friend to like donate, you know? Like I know that not everyone have this luxury. That's why I say it's a luxury. Okay, and I'm really thankful that you guys support me enough that I can allocate money to donate for his family and his neighborhood, you know? Mana, did you read Soviet sci-fi books? I need to read actually. I need to read them. But I did find my copy of the Love of Worker Bees by Alexandra Kollontai. I've read that like maybe 5 years ago. Maybe I should read it again. Because there are some short stories there as well. Do you guys want to read Kollontai with me? Let's like the short one of her short stories in it's a compilation of like there's like one novel and then two short stories in for the Love of Worker Bees. We can probably read the short stories. Your first song I heard was Inkia Impulse, and it's my favorite. That's so nice. Thank you so much for listening to that. I know some other like VTubers already covered that as well, but thank you for listening to my version. Whenever I'm driving somewhere and a song of yours come, I try to sing along to it, even scream guttural part. That is so cool. Hello, Lost Succubus. Thank you so much for listening to me. Yo, I love that. I love hearing from you guys when you say like, "Oh, I listen to you when I commute to work. I listen to you when I like when I go to the gym and whatever the fuck, you know, like, oh, I played your song to at a party. Like, damn. Like I'm part of your lives, you know? Like it's so fun. It's so fun to hear from you guys. It's easier to run 10 kilometers listening to Jaded and your other covers. Thank you. Damn, 10 kilometers. That's a lot. I'm obsessed with all of your music. You're great. Thank you, parkour master. Yes, Mana, you're in a simulation and we're all bots that are out there to reach out to you about your car's extended warranty. Psych, I don't even have a fucking car, bro. Future generations would appreciate quality more. That is true. Felix Dzerzhinsky as Catboy. We can put cat ears on Marks, actually. Do you want me to put cat ears on Marks? Hold on, let's see if we have some things that we can do here. Let's put cat ears on him. Do I have cat ears here though? I don't think I have any cat ears. Oh, we do. Let's go. Where did I get the cat ears though? Why do I have cat ears randomly? Damn. What color would you like to what color of cat ear would you like to put on Marks? We have options. Imps. We have black, we have yellow, or we can have a pink one. Would you like a pink one? Would you like a cat ear or a bunny ear? We have more options, I guess. He's a material girl. Okay, maybe black? Pink? Okay. Who says pink? Pink is the only option. Okay, I guess. Alright. Cat or bunny? Hold on, let's just let's minimize that. Pin it on there. Okay, I guess. And let's put one more. one ear. No, it's moving too much. Oh, hell no. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should move. Pin it there. Bro, pin it there. Okay. I'm moving too much, I guess. Let's put one more. One more cat ear for luck. Where's the fucking pink one? This one doesn't even shrink, bro. What the hell? I guess we have mismatched cat ears. This is so cursed. I feel like Mark's ghost is going to haunt me tonight. Cat boy ears. Hold on, let me just real quick. I need to like reduce the size of this though. No, come on, what the fuck? My my ducky is the one shrinking. I think I have a problem with my mouse. See, it's marked that's shrinking. It keeps on shrinking. What the fuck? Okay, I need it has a problem. It has a sizing problem. Come on. Come on now. Okay. No, you unlock it. No, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to get adjusted. Okay, I'll do better next time. I'm gonna put the cat ears directly on the image of the body pillow, so we can have like a pink marks, a pink day. All right, let's get rid of that. I'm sorry, he only has one good ear. Hell no, that was a failed experiment. His jiggle physics too strong. It's got a gremlin kind of look. that is true. He Marks with cat ears is actually just a gremlin. He looks kind of low-key like a bearded Labubu. Oh hell no. From Russia, I know many. Okay. It reminds me of a friend of mine named Kitten Karl Marx as his nickname. Yeah. Kitten Karl Marx. No, this. Labubu cannot generate something like that. Exactly. The Marx Mogwai. Mogwai, yeah. That's amazing. It really made my day. Okay. We're just fucking doing cursed shit at 12 a.m. Okay. The oversized right ear looks like the kind of tumor you see sprouting out of a zombie in a horror movie. It's crazy. You should replace Kage-chan's face with Lenin's. No, I can't though. But we can probably make an asset that we can pin to like Kage-chan's face. Mark's twin. Mark's his twin. Yeah. Didn't someone put a Labubu? Yeah, they did. Like someone replaced a Cheburashka there. Like, please get the Labubu out of Marx's grave. Replace it with a Cheburashka. Tremble, Labubus. Cute Marx is here. Exactly. Like a Lenin mask for Halloween. That's true. Oh my god. You guys are giving me ideas for the Halloween. Oh yeah, let's do like a horror movie. Like not a horror movie. Do you want to watch horror movies with me, guys? I want to watch horror movies. Lenin is ghost of communism. Yeah, that's true. It's good people in Russia still know the immortal science. All the expats here are Alexander Solzhenitsyn level reaction. Hell, I did a stream about Solzhenitsyn too. Like, damn, people are mad about that. Like, people were like really angry in my archive. Like, it was like uploaded on YouTube in my archive, my stream archive, and people were mad. They were mad. They were like, "Oh, you don't know what the Russians went through because of the USSR, blah, 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 blah," you know? Fuck off. I don't care. People say if Marx was around today, he would be ML or MLM. But in actuality, he would be quite fond of Labubu. Okay. Yes, for October. Yeah, I want to play horror games too. What is your all-time favorite horror movie, Mana? I actually really like The Ring. I really like The Ring. That is still like has a hold on me, you know. And The Exorcist as well. I just like when she like did a crab walk. That got me like I couldn't sleep at night because of that shit. And then I started liking it, you know? Like the feeling of fear, like that like primal fearing for your life because like some fucking girl covered in scars is going to crab walk down the stairs. And projectile vomiting on you, you know? The Ring is classic, yeah. And The Exorcist as well, yeah. My favorite horror movie is The Descent. Speaking of, have you seen Gabatol comics? It's modern communist propaganda that explains economy in simple ways using cute goblins. Translated to English can be found in Gabatol. Oh yeah, I want to read that. Yo, okay. Yeah, let's do an on-stream reading on that. How about that? I need to pick up the pace for today. Should have cleaned my room and started the Unity training by now. What is the Unity training, Zetter? Yeah, I love the yes, yeah. I meant when I say The Ring, I meant the Japanese version because I didn't like the English version one. Like, what was that? I don't get it, you know? It's the Japanese one has a more like a primal hold on me. Game engine. Oh, okay. You mean like Unity, like the program? Solzhenitsyn Lies. Yeah, exactly. Where can I watch that? Like you can probably download it, you know, in a totally not illegal site. You know, I'm kidding. You know, do everything legally, imps. You know, the fuck. We don't do illegal shit here. You know. Yes, you really should. Not sure, but I'm sure you can find it on any streaming site. Look up Ring. Yeah. My mom liked it. I haven't seen it since I was a little kid. Which one? The Ring or the Exorcist? Also, apparently there's an ad break. The fuck? I recently watched Lake Mungo. Pretty good. Okay. All right, I guess we need to wrap it up like after the ad break. As in I'll kick your ass if you don't. Okay. Boss Mana, there's actually tons of movies on YouTube that are free with ads. It's good to look there for free movies. Oh, okay. But can I stream it though? Like, can I show it on stream? Won't I get DMCA'd for that? If it's not like If it's not like a Soviet film, wouldn't I get DMCA'd? I love the husband actor in Ringo. He is in so many. Yeah, that's true. I've been seeing those free movies. Not gonna lie, but like, are those even safe for viewing on stream? Just don't keep the VODs for the movie streams and be careful of nudity ones. Okay, but I don't get flagged on Twitch? I don't know. I think so since they're put on there by YouTube itself. I have streamed some movies on here with no issue. That is good to know. Okay. Okay, then I guess I'll do that. Cuz I'm only doing like Soviet films because I don't get flagged for those. Because, you know, they are public, like they are, you know. Also depends on what company owns the movie. Some of them monitor more than others. Yeah, that's what I fear, you know. That's why when I do the Lord of the Rings like watch together again, I don't know if I could do it with Amazon Prime. Like you could they said that you could like connect it with your Amazon Prime. I'm not sure. Normal people turn out to be communists. Yeah, true. But yeah, Imps, that would be all for me though. I need to wake up early tomorrow so I can work out. And then I can do the things that I need to do. Enjoy your night, Manana, and have a good time zone chat. I'm sticking around till stream ends in the background. I'm ending it now. The Amazon Prime thing locks out people who don't have it. What? That is such a predatory shit. Amazon Prime, you can do a watch party, but the people watching have to also have Prime. That kind of sucks, bro. A friend recommended me a movie called Tumbad. It's a Marathi Indian horror movie, and it sounds interesting. Oh. All right, imps. I need to go. Do I have friends that need a rating? Hold on, let me see. Okay, nobody. All right. I'm going to go now, imps. And I will see you soon-ish. You know, I will be trying to stream at least once a week from now. Like, maybe I can also just do a walking stream, you know, while talking about politics. Like, that's just what really I want to do. Anyway, sometimes play games, I guess. Let's play games together, okay? Or I will play games with my friends. Whichever way. All right. And I will be seeing you soonish. And look forward to my new cover, by the way. I will be working on it tomorrow. All right. That's all from me. That's all I have today. Goodbye, imps. Later, motherfuckers.